you doing? So we're gonna have the toss, and there's a camera out there. Hey Najib, and guys, you guys gotta move out. There's a camera. Andar chale jao. So we're gonna have a toss, and then I'm gonna interview both of you, and then I'm gonna interview Mr. Saki for facilities. So if you guys are okay with that, so let me go and start. Hello. So इतने close सही है. This is good. Okay. All right. Good morning. We are here with the captains of the two semifinalists, Mr. Jivika from West Lions and Kuldeep Patel from South Panthers. We also have our esteemed umpire, Mr. Donald, who's been a stalwart of umpiring in Houston and the league, and then the always present Mr. Saki Mohammed, who's the owner of this facility and has been involved in U.S. cricket for a long time. So welcome everyone. Donald, do you want to go ahead and...
Yeah, we're about to spin the toss now between the two umpires. So, yeah.
Heads.
Heads it is.
I'll have a bat. Good luck.
Good luck. So, Jivika, before you go, what was the reason for you choosing to bat?
Personally, I always enjoy playing here. It's good for batting, very sure wicket. Facilities are good. Outfield is pretty fast. So plan is to get a big score on the board and try and defend that.
Okay, good. Jivika, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good luck.
Kuldeep. So, what would you have done had you won the toss?
We would have batted first too, but first toss we lost this tournament. But again, we fielded a couple times, and it's one more time. If they're gonna bat, we're gonna restrict them to certain runs and see if we can chase it down.
Good luck, Kuldeep. Thank you. Thanks. So I'm here with Mr. Saki Mohammed, who's the owner of Moosa Cricket Stadium and this facility. Excellent facility. Please give us some comments about what's going on and about this facility and how do you see what's really happening?
So first of all, I think it was a good toss to win for West Lions, and rightfully they went for batting. So I think it'll be a good game. It's up to South Panthers to contain them under 200. But the side you guys have, even they go over 200, you guys can still chase. But I think it's a good toss for them to win.
Good. Tell us about this facility. I know there's a lot of things happening in the near future, so talk to us about that.
Long journey. Since 2012, we are here today with the news ODI coming, and we are very excited about this one. A lot of hard work behind the scenes, and whenever something happens, something bigger happens, there's always more responsibility. So we're looking forward and praying everything goes okay.
Good. I know that there's international cricket that's being played, ICC events happening at the end of May, and then there's also World Cup coming up. And what are you seeing with the facility? What are you guys going to be doing?
So for ODI, 12 ODIs starting on May 28th until June 15. There are two series. First series where USA playing against UAE and Scotland. Second series USA against Oman and Nepal. And these will be 12 ODIs. After that, which is first of all is a big thing for us, that we're getting ODI status with that. But for World Cup, it'll be way more preparation will be done. Capacity will be increased. Parking will be increased. We're hoping that with that World Cup, we should be prepared if we get the opportunity. 12 of almost about 6,000 capacity. For that, we intend to put bleachers on long on and long off side. And we will try to cover this seating area on this side, and have some VIP boxes. One of the plan to convert this building, which is currently a VIP building, will be converting this building to VIP boxes, and there'll be a three-story building coming in the middle. So with that, we will have a proper stadium, completely looking. Then we can compete with anybody. Um, Time is short, but we are very optimistic that we can get that.
Well, thank you, Saki Mohammed. Thank you very much for your time and everything you've done for the cricket in Houston and the U.S. So we really appreciate it.
And thank you very much, Rafe, for biggest thing for us. Everybody knew you in Houston. You played for USA team, and then you took retirement. And when Master came back, you came back, and you have shown that the new normal is 70 now. So there's no quitting cricket. It will continue after 40, and then people will be looking to play in 50, then looking to play in 60s. So there's no more ending careers. This will be the big change coming in the USA.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Hello. 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 Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are about to start the match. West Lions versus South Panthers. West Lions won the toss and decided to bat. And joining me, my name's Arun Vitala, and joining me is another incredible cricketer who's played a lot of cricket for the U.S. recently against Canada and West Indies in the Champions Trophy, the Three Nations Champions Trophy. Arun Todalur. Yeah, I can never get that right, my friend, and I apologize. But anyway, here is Arun joining me. Welcome, Arun, and thank you for joining me. Oh. We are.
There we go. Yeah, thank you.
I thought you heard me. Did you hear me? Anyway, the score is now 2 for no loss at the end of the first over. Folks, if you didn't hear me, I apologize. It was not turned on. But my name is Arun Vitala, and joining me is another incredible cricketer who is part of the West Lions, who's played for the U.S. national team recently, Arun Toladur. Welcome, Arun, and sorry for the confusion about the mic not being on. Sorry. Humayun bowled the first over. Like we were talking, he's played for the U.S. national team and a good right-arm medium pacer all-rounder. And they got Venki and Rajan both got a single each. And here is Venki facing. It should be Rajan facing. Rajan facing. Yeah, that's correct. Rajan is facing Shabir Ahmed. This one is wide down the leg, off the pad, so it wasn't a wide. But hello. Okay. Anyway, the score now is 4 for no loss. We're working through some little issues here. Here's Rajan lands a big shot for a boundary. Shabir to deep mid wicket for a boundary.
Yeah, that's a great shot by Rajan. Picked up the line early and hit it across past mid-on.
Yeah. So the score is 8 for no loss. 3 balls to go off of. Here he is, drives this one straight to mid-on. No runs. Straight to mid-wicket rather, no runs.
I mentioned before that Venki and Rajan are actually new to the West Lions. They're playing for the first time in the Masters tournament.
And that's nice. And obviously both have to be good enough, Arun, that they're opening for your side, which is the West Lions is a very strong team, and the fact that they're opening tells me that their quality of cricket has got to be quite high for them to be opening in such a good lineup.
Yeah, true. Venki actually lives in Canada. He's a U.S. citizen, but he lives there, and he flew down from Canada he used to be in Southern California and played quite a bit of cricket in the late 90s and early 2000s. A pretty high level of cricket in the first division back then, and clearly age has not diminished his skills. And Rajan plays in the SCCA, Southern California Cricket Association. He plays for a team called Victoria Cricket Club in the second division. It was a top edge that went ballooned up, and it didn't quite carry to I think it's Kuldeep over there. Oh no, it's Rafe. Yeah. The pink ball is actually very, very hard to spot, even for us fielders when you're out there in the middle, along the ground, or when it goes up in the air. It is actually quite difficult to spot. So
Unfortunately for us, we're stuck with that ball because the World Cup and the World Governing Body has decided to use pink balls. And we were addressing this with the organizers of the World Body, journalism, and the other their complaint or their reason for the pink ball is ground technique is blurry. Not every ground is black or white side screen. They have some side screens in Australia and South Africa, and they have white still. And so pink ball is the only one that can be used on both side screens as opposed to the white.
yep.
10 for no loss at the end of 2 overs, Maine going back into the lead.
That's nicely pushed through covers.
Covers, beat the short cover, and mostly beat cover fielder. So they're under the pressure. Like you said, Darwin, these two guys are quite attacking in their approach. And Rajan is already batting on 8 and Daisy on 3, and Rajan is facing my third ball of this over. And he is giving away 2 runs so far. This
That's
one,
edged.
Big edge, goes to Sherman, first in there. There was a slip in place before this over, and interesting that there is no slip. There's the replay showing the ball giving to third man.
And an excellent stop by the third man fielder, put his leg out and stopped the ball. That ball was traveling
Yeah.
quite fast and clearly saved 3 runs there. Fielding is going to be very important. It usually, obviously it is in any form of cricket, but especially here.
Plays this one straight to covers, no runs. He looks pretty comfortable, Arun. Obviously the wicket is quite flat. I watched 3 games here so far. This is the 4th game I'm watching. The wicket has been playing so true. This one he drives it beautifully.
To wide mid off. Once again, well fielded. Good use of the foot.
Long run, almost.
1 run.
The Ashes pulls this one to deep square leg, I think, and see somebody chasing it. Doesn't go for the boundary, so they run to comfortable field.
That was a slower ball by Humayun. Humayun has a lot of variety. He can bowl the outswinger, he can bowl an in-swinging Yorker, he bowls the slower ones, and he mixes it up quite nicely. In this case, Rajan spotted it and swung across the line, a little inside edge, and even with a poorly timed shot, you could see the ball traveled almost to the boundary. They walked across for a couple.
I don't know if I know that time so early,
I think 250 plus is a minimum on this field with this fast outfield. The batting lineup for the Panthers is quite strong. Obviously, Kashif is in the form of his life, I would say, starting from the zonals to the Champions Trophy, where he was MVP for 3 games, man of the match for 3 games, and MVP for the entire tournament. Actually scored a boatload of runs there. And yesterday, obviously, he got an unbeaten century as well. So, and then Rafe, as always, a class batsman, always good for runs. And, they have a lot of other batsmen down the order as well. Between Mike scored 50 yesterday, Humayun, Shafiq, pretty much Zubair. So pretty much everybody can bat. So, we definitely need a big total and a couple of early wickets to put some pressure on. I would say 250 is a minimum. Coming back to what you mentioned about Humayun, in the international and the Champions Trophy, you'll remember that he didn't play the first 2 games. He only played the second 2 games because he had just turned
3 or 2.
The last 3, yeah.
3.
He played the last 3. So this is actually his 4th game in 4 days, in 5 days. So that could be taking a little bit of toll as well. But that was a good ball out there. You saw that outswinger cut away. Literally refocused by cleaning his glasses.
And has the good outswing as well. So he is very impressive. This whole team, I think, is a very impressive side, and deservedly they won the South, which included all these players, won the national championship, the zonal championship.
That's right.
And Humayun was a big part of that, and Zubair was a big part of that. Along with Rafe and Kashif and Shafiq, all these guys who are now part of this team were a big part of the zonal that won the championship, and which is why most of these guys made the national team.
That's right. Yeah, they have 6 or 7 USA Team USA players on their squad.
On their roster right now.
Yeah.
To talk about the names, the wicketkeeper is one, Shafiq, Kashif, of course, Rafi,
Humayun,
and Zubair. So 5 guys were in the squad for the national team USA, and then Kuldeep, along with 5 guys from the Stallions, South Stallions, were in the USA second team.
That's correct.
So
the Dallas, Houston area, the Texas area, clearly a lot of players, a lot of cricket being played here, and it's fantastic to see that.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we also have another semi-final that is going on between the West Warriors and the North Bears.
That's correct.
That's also being live streamed. That's on a different channel.
And folks, we will update you on all the games as we go along, as and when possible. And here's the scores at Balkis. This is the game at Balkis between President's 11 and
the Northern Huskies.
North Huskies, and
the President's 11 are 33 for no loss. Off to a good start.
Off to a very good start.
That's beautifully flicked and an incredible fielding at wide fine leg, short fine leg there. Saved a certain boundary there.
Correct. That's correct. They're adding an additional fielder now on the onside. They have a deep mid-wicket and 3 guys on the on. So it's a 5-4 field. A short mid-wicket, a short fine leg, and a mid-on. So it's and the 4th guy is a deep mid-wicket. So they have 4 on the on, 5 on the off, no slip.
I think the Panthers' plan is pretty clear. You see that there's no slip here, so they're not attacking. They're focusing on ensuring that they don't give away too many boundaries and keep the batsmen quiet as much as possible, make them run 1s and 2s.
Here's a big shot by Rajan.
Hits it over mid-off,
wide mid-off for a boundary. This may initiate a change in the field, but they took one guy out, Arun, from the offside and moved him to the onside, and very smartly hit boundary by Rajan over mid-off, wide mid-off, probably over the fielder that would have been there, the previous ball. So it's a smart way to play this game, and the score now moves on to 20 for no loss at the end of 6 overs.
While we're waiting for the next over to start, want to pass out a big shout out to my mom, Amma. She is in Chennai. She's actually watching the game live now. The wonders of technology. It's fantastic that she's able to follow along how things are going. The past few games, if they're streamed, she watches it live. Otherwise, she follows along on Crick Clubs.
And that is really nice for people to watch this. And like you said, yes, there are lots of friends and family watching from all over the world, in fact, wherever they can get the connections through internet, which is now pretty much all over the world, Arun. And it's amazing that we are able to communicate with them and display these games. And Masters has, of course, taken cricket to another level. This doesn't happen in regular cricket, and Masters is probably a leader when it comes to raising the bar for the where the games are being played, to the type of grounds, to the facilities, to the umpires, to the scorers, and everything else, and the place where they stay, to the lunches, the whole package. It's a very well put together event, thanks to people like Parag Ananta, who is the leader, which Syed Shanawaz, and all the rest of the directors and executive body.
Don't forget Arun Vitala.
No, it's the whole body, Arun, really. It's the whole body. While we're at it, let me talk about the scores for the other games. The West Blazers are 27 for 2 against the Chairman 11. West Blazers, by the way, guys, something very interesting and very impressive. West Blazers are guys who are over 60. Let me get that one more time. Over 60 years old, playing in this tournament of over 50s. It's very hard to do, and I was so proud to see them win a game yesterday, beating an over 50s team. It was very impressive, Arun. I cannot say enough about what they do. And here they are in trouble, 27 for 2. Hopefully they get out of that and play a good game. The next one is the A-Boys from Atlanta against Central Stars. The A-Boys are 24 for 1 in 4.3 overs. South Stallions against East Broncos. It's a repeat game from what happened yesterday. South Stallions today are 36 for 2. South Stallions are from Dallas. Looks like Farid and Syed Shanawaz are the two guys out. Shanawaz has been scoring runs all the games so far, and he's failed today. But they're 36 for 2, and it's going to be interesting watching that game as well. We'll pass all these scores along as we go. Arun, please interrupt me anytime.
Sure. Just one run of that last over.
7 overs, 21.
Yeah, I think, we talked a little bit about the par score. It's all going to be about building partnerships and being patient. Runs are going to be there. These folks, the two batsmen, Venki and Rajan, have played for 7 overs. They should continue to stay there. And not really, the pitch and the outfield does not really warrant any risk taking. You can score plenty of runs without hitting in the air. And good, smart, professional batting can get you to the target that we talked about.
And that's right. You show me 2 big partnerships, 2 75, 80 run partnerships, I'll show you a victory. I always say that line, especially if you're batting first. This one straight to short fine leg, who's on the 30-yard circle. He's turned out to be a very good fielder. He stopped a great boundary, and this one was very effective. Usually, around when people play to fine leg and third man in one-day cricket nowadays, there is generally a single there. But this fielder has shown that he can stop those singles even though he's on the 30-yard circle, which is pretty impressive. Shabir is bowling a beautiful line and length after the first over. He's now bowled 3.2 overs for 13 runs, which is very, very economical.
A good comeback. He gave away 8 runs in the first over.
Correct. Plays this one through point, and they run for a single, cover point actually, and they amble for a single. That's the first run of this over of 4 balls. 14, 3.4 overs for his 14, 22 for no loss. They've again moved the fielder from the offside to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, and they brought the deep cover in and pushed mid-off back to account for the shot that Rajan played last time. And I think this is a better field because Shabir's actually pitching it up. He's not pitching it short, so that's a better field.
Played very gently back to the bowler, to mid-off. No runs. Shabir about to finish his 4th over. Pulls this to mid-wicket.
Taken a deep long on. These are big boundaries to clear. We just talked about how there is really no need to hit up in the air while the ball was in the slot and to be hit. Placing it is just as critical. And the Lions lose their first wicket. Rajan, as I said, he's an attacking player. He scored 15 of 19 balls. So, whenever he's at the crease, I played against him quite a bit. He's a very busy player. Got a wider variety of shots. This time picked out the deep long on. Fielder, again, credit to the Panthers for putting the fielders in the right place for the batsmen at the crease.
Kuldeep is the captain of the team, and he is run a good team so far, both in this tournament, and he was the captain of the South Zone team in the zonals, and they won the zonal championship as well.
So walking in is Sanjeeva Veerasinghe. He is the vice captain of Team USA.
And Sanjeeva has played in every tournament that the Masters have conducted so far, starting from last April when we played the 4-team Open here at Moosa, and then the second one in July at LA at Woodley, and he played there, and then he would travel with the team to Canada to play for the US national team in Canada against the 3 nations. Then in September went to
England. Did he go to England?
I don't think he went to England, so he missed that, but he did come back and play the Open in LA in November, and then the zonals in February, and then the represented US in the international as the vice captain of the US team in March, and here he is, vice captain of the West Lions. Very good ball. He bowls to his field so effectively, Humayun. He's only given away 8 runs in his 4 overs, which is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, on a flat wicket like this, you just have to bowl wicket to wicket and make sure you have the field in the right place. Easier said than done, though.
Plays this one to mid-off, and they do go quickly for a singles. These are the runs I think you have to get in order to put the pressure back on the fielding side. Somehow you have to find a way to rotate and get singles.
You're absolutely right. And now with Sanjeeva at the crease, he is a very good runner. He always puts pressure. He's always got a good start on the non-striker end. So I certainly expect him to push Venki to pick up these singles and maybe even convert them into 2s.
Has he given out?
Yes. Sanjeeva not very pleased with that dismissal. The ball cut back in, and you saw Sanjeeva showing his pad as to exactly where it was.
We
and I have
should
to
be
agree.
able to. We
Yeah.
should be able to see the replay.
Yeah, when I saw this live, I felt it was going down the legs as well. So very, very clearly down the legs. It's not even close. And look how far out he's standing. And he got a full stretch forward.
And hit his front pad.
Well, Arun, I think I need to get back to the pavilion.
Please do. I know you have to get to batting, and unfortunately, these decisions do happen, Arun, and it's unfortunate that it happened to a very good player who's played a lot of good cricket both in Sri Lanka and over here. Sanjeeva, it's very unfortunate to see him walk back first ball out.
Indeed, and before I go, a big shout out to David Martel, who played with us quite a bit, and he's back in LA. He didn't join us this time. We certainly miss you, bro.
Thank you, Arun, for joining me. Here's Sajid. Sajid had a good knock in one of the previous games, had a 50, winning 50. Sajid is a left-hander, and here he is facing Humayun. That ball clearly looked like it was missing the leg stump, and Sanjeeva was way in front of the stumps. It hit his front pad. I would find it very hard to give that out, but that is a decision of the umpire, and it has to be honored. This next one was down the leg. The first ball, the one wide down the leg is allowed in the over 50s as long as it's not extremely wide. So this was probably the first wide, and the next one would be called a wide. Good ball on the off stump, forcing Sajid to play on the front foot. Played very cautiously. Obviously, Humayun is a very good medium pacer, bowls both ways, cuts in and out. And this one was right on the middle stump, forced him to play on the front foot. Plays this one pitching on the middle, moving away from the left-hander, and played two short covers for no runs. End of a very good over. Regardless of that decision, it's a very good over from Humayun. His spell is incredible. 5 overs, no maidens, 9 runs, 1 wicket. Actually, this so 9 overs, 2 for 23 is the score. Winky batting on 8, facing Shabir. Shabir plays this. Shabir bowls this, and this one played to mid off. A very good catch indeed, and there's a quick third wicket for the West Lions. The ball was not in its reach and was going straight to mid on, and takes a good running catch. Three quick wickets have fallen, and it's put West Lions in a definite turmoil right now. They need to stabilize. They need to stay at the wicket for some time, build a partnership, and go from there. In comes Jivika. Jivika is the captain of the West Lions. Jivika has played first-class cricket back in Sri Lanka, a very, very distinguished cricketer from the past. First ball from Shabir. Shabir bowling is fourth ball from Shabir. Shabir bowling a brilliant economical spell where he's got 2 wickets. Shafiq is the keeper, who's very, very effective. A very quick, agile keeper behind the stumps. Jivika plays this very comfortably to short mid on, a short mid wicket, no runs there. Shabir about to finish his 5th over, given only 14 runs, and he's got 2 wickets. There's the end of the 5th over from Shabir. Score is 23 for 3, the Lions. The West Lions are from the Los Angeles area, most of them, at least. So Jivika and Sajid both are new at the wicket, and so here is Humayun coming in to bowl his 6th over. Humayun coming into bowl to Sajid. Drives this straight to a beautiful looking drive, straight to mid off, no runs. Or actually straight to extra cover and no runs. Sajid looks like a good, compact, technically sound cricketer, a left-hander. Always nice to watch a left-hander bat. Tries to nudge it for a single, but went too quickly to point, cover point, and there's no run there. Once again, I've already mentioned umpty number of times, but cannot repeat enough. Humayun is a phenomenally good bowler. 5.3 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs, and 1 wicket. Especially if you consider the fact that he's bowling in the first power play, first 15 overs of power play. This one is a flick to fine leg for a single. So Sajid opens his account with a single. Jivika now facing Humayun. Humayun was bowling around the stumps to the left-hander, is now going to come over the stumps to the right-hander. Jivika is a right-hander. We have one slip in place. A wide slip, probably almost a gully. Humayun coming into bowl to Jivika. Here is Humayun bowling to Jivika. As I mentioned earlier, Jivika has played some good first-class cricket in Sri Lanka. Plays this very comfortably to short mid-wicket though, no runs. End of the over. .24 for 3 at the end of 11 overs. A very slow run rate. Shabir coming to bowl his 7th over. Sorry, his 6th over to Sajid. Sajid is a left-hander. And he's coming around the stumps to the left-hander. Plays this 2 short covers straight to the fielder, no runs there. Both Shabir and Humayun have really tied these batsmen down. Bowling a very good line and length. Very impressive to see such control in their bowling. And that usually puts pressure, and which is how Venki was out caught in the deep, and so was Rajan. Both were out because they were trying to go hit big, and both were out caught beautifully in the deep. Off Shabir. This one was cut, square cut elegantly, but straight to deep covers, cover point rather, and there's a single. Here's Shabir now coming to bowl over the stumps to the right-hander Jivika, 25 for 3 at the end of 11.3 overs. Plays this gently back, no runs. Last ball of his sixth over from Shabir, 2 for 15 in 6 overs, very economical. There's nothing extraordinary about his bowling, it's just keeping the ball, darting it at one spot and forcing the batsman to just play defensively. It's just simple control. I think if people pick this up, this is exactly what you need if you want to bowl good tight overs, and those good tight overs get you a lot of good wickets. That patience is the patience is not there for the batsman, especially when they can't get those singles and rotate the strike. You would find that they will try and attempt a big shot, and if the field is placed correctly by the fielding side, that's a trap. And that's exactly what happened to the two openers, Rajan and Venki. Both were out, caught in the deep, primarily because they were not getting those boundaries that they thought they could get away with. "25 for 3. And there's a bowling change. Kareem is going to come to bowl. Kareem appears to be a right arm off spinner. Coming in to bowl the 13th over of the game. 12 overs, 25 for 3, West Lions. Here's Kareem bowling the very first ball on a great spot, just on the middle. Not much of turn, but just coming on the middle stump and very well defended by Sajid. This one nudged to point, no runs there. There was not much of footwork on this ball. He just kind of stood in his position and just nudged it. Sajid looks like a compact cricketer. Yet to see some flowing drives yet, but this is probably not the situation for those. And the bowlers are bowling very well indeed. Here they are, amble across a quick single to short cover, and that's probably what they need a lot of. In order to move the scoreboard, get the scoreboard ticking, that's what they need to do, is to drop the ball and take those singles, find those little gaps here and there, between two fielders and amble across for singles is what they really need to do. Here's Rafe moving on to the offside to a short third man position. Oh, we have now a mid wicket and a mid on square leg and a deep mid wicket on the on side. So there's 4 on the on for Kareem. Kareem coming into bowl to Jivika. Bowls wide outside the off stump. Jivika couldn't do much with it. Lets it go. Dot ball. The thing I like about the South Panthers is their ability to bowl right on the spot. I mean, they have been on the money every ball from the first over. Once again, bowls this, goes straight to mid-off, straight to cover, extra cover, no runs. Back to the bowler. Kareem has bowled 5 balls. Last ball of his over, just given away only 1 run in his first over so far. Plays this back to the bowler, end of the over. A very effective first over from Kareem. Only 1 run off of it. Score is 26 for 3 at the end of 13. Anyway, guys, this Masters is I can't say enough about this organization and what it has done to cricket for people over 50 and over 60. And now we are incredibly excited to announce to this world that we are also going to start an over 40s Masters group. And we should be looking at tournaments coming up for over 40s, and because the over 40s body has announced a World Cup in October of next year in Pakistan, and quite a few of those games are going to be on live TV in Pakistan. I mean, it's an amazing thing that they're able to decide and get all that together already. So it's very, very good to see the growth and development of cricket in America, and we as Masters USA have are thankful, and we recognize the fact that we have to play these tournaments on turf wickets only, and that's something that we have decided to do. And so because of that, we play in Houston or in LA at this moment. And while we are in Houston, which has been several times already, February we had the zonals here in Houston. March we had the Three Nation International for over 50 and over 60. And now we have the 12 team US Open that's going on right now. And with all this, we are so happy to announce that our host hotel has been Hampton Inn and Suites in Sugar Land, Texas. And folks, you're not going to find better people than the folks at Hampton Inn and Suites Sugar Land. Their hospitality is incredible. Especially my shout out goes to Linnell Allen, who is the director of sales. And oh my God, the entire 12 teams here are going rah-rah about the property, about how we are being treated. It's been phenomenal, and we are blessed and thankful to the ownership and management of the Hampton Inn and Suites in Sugar Land. Thank you, guys. 29 for 3. Shabir 2 for 18 in his 6.5 overs, still continuing at 6 overs. 18 runs, 29 for 3 at the end of 14 overs. One more over before the water break. Kareem continuing to bowl from the pavilion end, bowling his second over. And he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander Sajid. Sajid tries to cut this but cannot pierce that offside field, goes straight to point. It was a short ball, could have been put away, but was not able to pierce that field between backward point and point. And there is no run there. Here's Kareem bowling again to Sajid. Plays this straight to mid-wicket. No runs again. The South Panthers are really not giving anything away to these West Lions. They bowl in a beautiful line, beautiful length, and the field placements are very good. And plays this one to backward point. Sajid thinks of a single, but Jivika sends him back. It went too fast to the fielder at backward point. Would have been too risky a single. Here's Kareem coming in to bowl fourth ball. Plays this gently to covers, no runs. For 3. Almost to the end of the 15th over. Here he is, pushes it to deep cover for a single. Finally there is a single off his second over as well. There was only one off his first over, and now there's another single off his second. The score is 30 for 3. 1.5 overs, no maidens, 2 runs, and no wickets for Kareem. Kareem bowling the last ball of the 15th over. Jivika plays this straight to extra cover, no runs, end of the 15th over, water break, and folks, 30 for 3 at the end of 15 overs. Very low scoring affair here by the Lions because of some genuinely tight bowling. And the score is 30 for 3 at the end of 15. And we will come back to you right after the break. The score is 30 for 3. At the end of 15 overs, the West Lions facing South Panthers. And there's a bowling change from the top end as well, from the Balki's end. And let's wait and see who the bowler is. Sajid plays this to mid-on. The bowler is Najib. Coming around the wickets, right arm slow medium. Coming around the wicket. Played straight to mid-on for nothing, for no runs. Plays this hard and goes straight to wide extra cover. There's a gap there and picks up a single. Najib making his debut for South Panthers, making his debut actually in the Masters tournament. Comes in bowls. This one played gently to backward, short third man for a single by Jivika. For no loss, 32 for 3, sorry, at the end of 15.3 overs. Two runs coming off this over so far from Najib. This one is wide down the leg. They go through for one, and that's all they get. And it's declared a bye because it's the first wide down the leg. .34 for 3 at the end of 16, and 4 runs coming off this over. Sajid batting on 6 and Jivika on 4. Kareem coming back to bowl his third over, I'm sure. There's a bowling change at the pavilion end. I think it is Zubair coming into bowl. Zubair, for those that do not know, Zubair has played a lot of cricket here in the U.S. Is a right arm off spinning bowler and a very effective bat as well. He's played for the Masters in all the tournaments so far, including traveling to Canada to play against Canada and West Indies in the Three Nation tournament. Then went on to play in England and Wales in August and September. Has played against the Three Nations again in US in the Champions Trophy in March, end of March. And a very effective bowler and a very economical bowler. Very smart cricketer, street smart cricketer. Here's Jivika cutting this backward a point for a single. For a boundary. Long awaited boundary. Haven't seen one after the first over, I think. .38 for 3. The 17th over. Eight runs so far after the break. Pushes this to mid-on comfortably for a single because it was to the left of a right-hander at mid-on, and he had to amble to his left, and they were comfortable taking that single. This is how you should be playing it. Just you don't need to have a big shot to get runs. Just need to find gaps and be smart about how to get those singles like he just did. Like Jivika just called for one. Zubair making some adjustments to bowl to the left-hander. He's still bowling over the stumps. Here he is bowling to the left-hander. Plays it straight back to him. Five of Zubair's first over. 39 for 3. Sajid batting on 4, Jivika on 9, Jivika facing. Here he is getting ready to play the first ball of a new over. Tries to play this past the bowler, but Najib able to stop it off his own bowling. Here's Najib coming in to bowl the next ball, the second ball of the over. Leaves it alone outside the off stump, leaves this alone. No runs there. Plays this comfortably to short fine leg for a single. 40 for 3. Four balls of this over, only 1 run so far. Bowls a very good ball, driven straight to covers, short covers, no runs. Najib also has been bowling quite effectively. 1.4 overs, no maidens, 4 runs. So in a limited over cricket, I would think that that would be considered very economical. Here is bowling his 5th ball to the left-handed Sajid. Tries to flick this to the onside, but just hits his thigh pad. No runs there. End of the over. 40 for 3. Only 1 off this over. 40 for 3 at the end of the over. First ball from Zubair. First ball of his 2nd over. Nothing there. Straight to covers. Zubair finishes his overs very quickly. He's got a short run up. Pretty much darts the ball. There's not much in it. And played straight to short mid wicket. No runs there. Very, very good field placements. I like the field placements by Zubair. Bowls this outside the off stump, played defensively by Jivaka. Outside the off stump, leaves it alone. It's an interesting cat and mouse game at this stage. Zubair keeping it tight, forcing the hand on Jivika to make a big shot, but Jivika defending it again, and there's no run in that one either. So 4 balls, no runs. Defended very well by Jivika, but the scoreboard is not ticking. End of a good maiden over. Zubair 2 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, no wicket. Lions 40 for 3 at the end of 19 overs. Here's the 20th over from Najib. Flicks this to fine leg for a boundary by Sajid. Nice flick. So they have a deep fine leg, a deep square leg, a short mid wicket, and a mid on the onside. Plays this to backward point. Very good fielder there, who very quick to pounce on it and throws it to the non-striker's end. Jivika had to run back quickly to avoid getting run out. No runs. Plays this one a little hard, but straight to mid-on. No runs there. .44 for 3. Cuts this, but straight. Oh, beautiful shot to deep cover point for a boundary by Sajid. So 2 boundaries of this over. 48 for 3. 2 boundaries after a maiden over in the previous over. Make it up for it. This is the first time after the very first over that they're getting 8 runs in an over. It's been tough going for the North Lions. I'm sorry, the West Lions. Maybe over 48 for 3. Zubair coming back to bowl, and that will be the 21st over. They are slowly ticking along, Jivika and Sajid. Sajid being the left-hander and Jivika the right-hander. That usually helps to put the bowlers in a different spot because they have to bowl a different angle. Jivika, as I had mentioned earlier, has in his past life, I would say, when he was young, played a lot of first-class cricket in India, in Sri Lanka, and could have was potential for playing Sri Lanka at one time. One of the potential candidates to play for Sri Lanka. Flicks this to square leg for a single. As you can tell, his technique is very sound. I'm sure with his experience, he's got a good head on his shoulder. He scored some runs in this tournament, a 40 and a 30 in this tournament, in 2 of the 3 games. Zubair to Sajid. Cuts this, but straight to the fielder at cover. No runs. .49 for 3. Zubair bowling his 5th ball. Pulls this hard and deep to to wide mid wicket for a boundary by Sajid. That was a bad ball to put away, and he did just that. It was a brilliant shot to deep mid wicket. They now have a deep mid wicket. And a mid on. Mid on was right on the 30-yard circle, and they managed another single out of it. So the scoreboard is ticking. It's now 53 for 3. The 21st over. End of 21 overs. At the break, if you guys remember, it was 30 for 3 at the end of 15. So they're slowly picking up the pace without losing another wicket, which is so important at this stage. They still cannot afford to lose a wicket and slowly push that run rate up. Sajid looks like he can play the big shots, and Jivika consciously looks like he just wants to play the defensive role and let Sajid do the damage, and he needs to. One of them have to stay at the wicket till the last ball of the 45th over, which is probably critical if they have to have any chance of winning this game. They've been put on the back foot by the South Panthers. Thanks to some very good bowling by Humayun. Humayun has really been a stalwart bowler for the South Panthers all the time, along with all the other folks. In fact, every one of them have bowled well until now. We have another bowling change, and this is going to be Kuldeep, the captain, coming into bowl. Drives this to deep covers for a single by Sajid. Sajid is the left-hander and plays it deep covers for a single. Kuldeep is a right-arm off-spinner who has bowled a very steady line in all the games that he has played. So it would be interesting to see how he reacts to this partnership that is slowly building between Jivika and Sajid. Kuldeep has played a lot of cricket. He was in the USA national team at one stage, which is really kudos to him. And him and Rafe are the two guys from the Panthers that have represented US at the national level way back in the 2000s. And there's another very interesting story about Kuldeep that I'd like to share, and that is Kuldeep's son. Kuldeep's son is a phenomenal pitcher, and 2 years ago he was drafted by the Chicago White Sox, and he is the first Indian to ever have been drafted in Major League Baseball. And we are so proud. We are so proud of him, and we want to wish him all the very best in his career. Here's Kuldeep bowls and defended very elegantly by Jivaka. One more ball left in Kuldeep's over. The score is 55 for 3. Jivika is capable of playing the big shots, folks, but I think he's playing the defensive role primarily because they want to get the score to some respectability, and then they will probably start charging down and try and get a lot of runs after that. So it's very interesting. It's a cat and mouse game here that these guys are playing. Jivika cuts this very hard to deep cover for a single. They're running back for the second, and they comfortably make 2. So 3 runs off that first over from Kuldeep. The score is 55 for 3. 57 for 3. Jivika on 13, and Sajid is 16. So folks, want to keep you updated on the other games. The West Blazers against the Chairman's 11. West Blazers are 126 for 3 against the Chairman's 11. The A boys, which are the Atlanta boys, are 94 for 3 at the end of 22 overs. The South Stallions are 126 for 5 at the end of 20 overs against the East Broncos. The President's 11 are 99 for 4 against North Huskies. Here it is, 58 for 3. Zubair coming into bowl his second ball, and this one is going to be to Jivaka. While we're talking about that, the North Bears versus West Warriors. The North Bears are 109 for 6. In some trouble against West Warriors, but they were in a similar situation yesterday, but came through to score 250. So let's see what happens. Fazal Alam, top scorer with 40. Parakananta and Dilip Chavan at the wicket for them. Just to give you a rundown on all the other games that are happening here at in Houston, both at Prairie View Complex and the Moosa and Stadium in Balkis. If you do hear some noises, my friend, it's because there are further developments to this beautiful facility, all thanks to Saki Muhammad for everything that he is doing. Getting ready for a four-nation tournament, the first official ICC approved, their official ICC approved tournaments, and Moosa got the nod to be the ground to get those games going. So it's an exciting time for Houston and for all cricket lovers in America. That other than Fort Lauderdale, now there's a second facility that has been approved for cricket here in America to play international cricket. End of a good over from Zubair. 4 overs, 1 made and 12 runs. No wicket. Kuldeep is probably going to come back to bowl. They've had some kind of discussions. Kuldeep coming into bowl to Sajid. Sajid left-hander. Kuldeep still coming over the stumps to bowl to him. Cuts this to backward short third man, who's a very good fielder there. I think it is Nasru. A very good fielder. No runs there. So we have a short third man, a point, a cover, a deep cover point. And this one goes to short backward point, no runs. So they have a very strong offside here. Kuldeep has a very strong offside field. Once again to backward point, no runs. Very smart cricket by Kuldeep. And he goes through his overs very quickly. Good ball, defended very well off the front foot by Sajid. Sajid is showing us the technique that he has. He's very good at it. And Kuldeep, in his, I call it past life, but when he was young, when he played for the USA national team, was actually a good outswinging bowler. And now he has picked up the art of bowling some spin. It's another dot ball. Kuldeep getting ready to finish his second over. Releases it late. Slower one, much slower than the other balls, and Sajid could not time it, and there was no runs. 58 for 5 at the end of 24 overs. The score should have been around 90 at least at this stage, but it is what it is. It's 58 for 4, 58 for 3 at the end of 24 overs. The West Lions. Zubair coming into bowler's fifth over. Only given away 12 runs so far. 60 for 3. Jivika facing Zubair. Played defensively to short point. No runs. Again, Zubair has played a lot of cricket, represented Central West in several of the tournaments when he was younger and still continues to be a very, very effective bowler for the Masters in the national and the domestic circle. Here's the next one, played to deep mid-off, not deep, but mid-off, and they run across for a quick single. 61 for 3. Jivika 16, Sajid 17. Again, Jivika, the right-hander, who's played a lot of cricket back home in Sri Lanka when he was younger, almost represented the country. And Sajid is another good left-hander, and he's also an extraordinary cricketer. And here they are, bad throw, and they amble across for the second, an overthrow. So 2 runs to Jivika. Sajid. The score is 61 for 3. Zubair is the bowler who is probably upset slightly that that extra run was given. And sometimes it's important not to give those runs for multiple reasons. Sometimes the bowlers have a plan in mind, probably to kind of give a single to one guy and trap the other guy. It may not be the case in this case, but generally speaking, here they are, amble, run across hard for another single, this one to wide mid-off, to the right of a right-hander, but still it was wide enough that they could run across for a single. The mid-off and mid-on are on the 30-yard circle, and these guys need those singles. They're running very well between the wickets. There's no hesitation. That's the main thing. There's a call, and the other non-striker is supporting the call. And those are essential tools if you really want to play cricket. You have to trust the non-striker or the striker, whoever calls for the run. And like people know, if the ball is behind the stumps, it's the non-striker's call, and if the ball is in front of the stumps, it's the striker's call. And so if the batsman, the striker, hits the ball to mid-on or mid-off, which is behind the bowler, the non-striker should not be turning around and staring at the ball. He should just be looking at his partner and running that single hard, because he has to trust his partner's judgment that there is a single there. But the batsman given some water and it's pretty hot, folks. The temperatures are up there, which is it's 87, which is quite comfortable by Houston standards, I would think. The weather gods have been very favorable to us. It is 64 for 3. Kuldeep coming into bowl, and this time to Jivaka. $65 for 3. Kuldeep bowling to Jivaka. Kuldeep has been very economical. 2 overs, 4 runs. Here's a good one. Overpitched. Almost a yorked himself almost. Jivaka just so had to dab it back to the bowler. No runs. As I said, folks, this is a cat and mouse game, and it's a matter of waiting and slowly accelerating when needed, or when they are in a comfortable situation, which they are not at this stage. I would think around 100 is when they would start taking off. Here is Jivaka facing the 4th ball from Kuldeep. Once again, beaten by that ball outside the off stump. This one turned away from the bat. Jivaka was looking for something coming into him. Lucky for him, did not take the edge or hit the stump. This one coming in to the right-hander, the off-spinner. Coming into the right-hander. He bowls both, and he's very good at it. Kuldeep, very smart cricketer. Here he is quickly coming into bowl. Goes straight to short mid-wicket, no runs. End of the over, a very good over again. 3 overs, no maidens, 4 runs, no wicket. 65 for 3 at the end of 26 overs. There's been a bowling change here. Zubair has been taken off the bowling, and I think it's a right-hander coming into bowl. And it's Mustafa Hemani that's coming into bowl. Here's Mustafa Hemani coming into bowl. His first ball to Sajid. Plays this defensively, quite confidently, but straight to short covers for no runs. Mustafa Hemani appears to be an off spinner, and that might be a good one to have and bowl against a left-hander. Plays this to short square leg. The mid-wicket has to run across to stop it, and they get a single out of it. Well placed, I would say, by Sajid. As you can tell, folks, if you're watching this game, you can tell that Sajid and Jivaka have played a good level of cricket, and their technique is extremely sound. They may not be the fastest runners between the wickets, but they still know how to get their singles. It's good to watch them. It's good to watch them run between the wickets, and good to watch them bat. Their technique is what I'm impressed with. Here's Mustafa coming into bowl. That is close. That is close. Height was an issue. It's a leg by. Height was an issue and went to short fine leg for a single. 66 for 3. Mustafa has given one run. The other is a leg by, I'm assuming. Or if it went off the bat, then it's a single. So that's why he's not out. Here are these two guys running a very good single here. 67 for 3 now. Mustafa Hemani has given away 3 runs so far. Drive this very hard to mid-off, and because of that there is no single there, even though Jivika was thinking of one. He drove it pretty hard to mid-off. Here is Mustafa bowling the last ball of his over. And tries to cut it, misses that one outside the off stump, misses that end of the over. "27 overs gone, 66 for 3, 68 for 3, excuse me, 3 off this over." "18 overs left, and I would think they would have to start taking charge and attack a little bit more from here forward. So even if they do 5 and over, which is 90, so that's 158, I don't think that's a par score, or that's way below par. They got to get to 200. And in order to get to 200, they need to be scoring now, from now on, at least at 7 and over. Punches this to deep cover for a single, a cover point for a single. And that's Sajid. Jivika needs to now start taking charge and rotate strike, if not a big shot, rotate strike, and getting 5, 6 and over at this stage is probably, in my opinion, critical, almost mandatory, that they get at least 6 and over. Plays this to mid on for a single. Two of the first 2 balls, and now Sajid looking around. Looks like he wants to take Kuldeep on if there is any chance over mid wicket. Plays this straight through to covers for a single. So 3 of the first 3 balls, and I think this is what the team needs at this stage, to keep rotating the strike and get runs from here forward. 71 for 3. Here's Kuldeep bowling the 4th ball of his over. No runs there, went straight to covers. Ball pitching on the middle, turning slightly away, but it was at the right spot where he had nothing, he couldn't do much but to defend it. Wide outside the leg stump. That was wide outside the leg stump. An excessive appeal, in my opinion, for something that was so wide outside the leg stump. Jivika turns this around to a short square leg for a single. 4 runs coming off that over. $72 for 3. Jivika facing Mustafa Himani. Plays this to straight to short mid wicket. No runs. Jivika now needs to find ways to rotate strike. This one turned quite sharply from outside the off stump. Jivika tried to play through covers, could not find the gaps, went straight to short mid off where the keeper picked it up. No runs. 2-dot ball so far from Mustafa Himani, bowling his second over. Goes to hits this hard straight to deep covers for a single. Mustafa coming to bowl from around the stumps. The left and right combination does a lot to readjust fields every time they take a single. Here's Mustafa bowling to the left-handed Sajid. Straight to deep covers. Is this off the back foot, I would say, to deep covers for a single. Once again, the field changes happen. There's a deep square leg going on to the boundary, and almost 3/4. A deep mid wicket and a long on. Interesting. So they are expecting some fireworks and a deep cover. So those are the 4 fielders, 3 deep on the onside and 1 on the off. But this one goes straight to the short, the only fielder at short mid wicket on the onside, and Jivika finds him. This one straight to mid off, no runs, end of the over. Jivika 20 of 57. 20 of 68, and Sajid is 26 of 33. So Jivika needs to really pick up the pace to help the side at this stage. 74 for 3. They have to at least get close to 180 to 200, which means another 100 in 16 overs, which is about 7 and over. to be at least competitive, because the South Panthers have this same team, same two teams played day before yesterday, and I mean the West Lions had scored 191, and the South Panthers chased it down with the loss of one wicket. So, uh, I'm afraid to say 180, 190 is not a power score, but anything can happen in cricket. So they have to really start accelerating at this stage. Sajid has been accelerating. He's got a single off the first ball, and Jivika trying to play this through the between backward point and cover point, and doesn't succeed. Uh, that's off the bowling of Kuldeep. Kuldeep has bowled 4 overs for 9 runs. Here is his 5th over, second ball. Tries to dab at it. Ball kept a little low, but never connected. So Jivika is frustrated that he's unable to push the ball, rotate strike. Here he is, finally gets a single to deep mid on, long on for a single. West Blazers, which is the over 50s team, over 60s team, excuse me, are doing so well, so well. Ajay Gajiani is 98, Bilal Saeed 21, and they're 151 for 5, and this is amazing to see them play this well. Very proud of them. A boys are 191 for 4 at the end of 30. South Stallions are 177 for 5 at the end of 27. And folks, we'll be right back after the water break. Yeah. You're welcome. No. Welcome back, folks. The score is 79 for 3. The West Lions are 79 for 3. Jivika batting on 23 and Sajid on 29. The last 15 overs to go, and the bowler is Mustafa Himani. So the bowler is Mustafa Himani, coming in to bowl from the pavilion end, continuing to bowl from the pavilion end, I would say. Facing him is Sajid. Sajid has been very effective, has played a few very good shots and ran his singles extremely well. That's one thing I noticed with both these guys. They may be over 50, but they have played enough cricket that they know how to run their singles. And here's Mustafa bowling the first ball after the break. Straight to a little to the right of Covers, but because it's to the right of a right-hander, it's probably a tough one to get a single out of it. Rightfully so by both of them. But the batsman here is Mustafa coming in to bowl the second ball. Coming bowling around the stumps to the left-hander. And it's pushed back just to short mid-on for no runs. Mustafa getting ready to bowl his third ball now of this 31st over. Cuts it hard, two covers for a single. Just only one run off the first three balls after the break. And it's probably very important that they push the score at 79 for 3. I would think it has to be around 200 if they have to have any chance in this game, especially because of yesterday's fact that West had put on 191 and the Panthers chased it down for the loss of just one wicket. Here's a comfortable single by Jivika. We probably need to see more of those and a few big shots. They've got to pick a few bad overs, what I call bad overs, to get about 15 or 20 in those overs to get back to some semblance of a fight. I have with me the person who was the opening batsman for the West Panthers, and that is Rajan. Rajan, welcome to
Thank you.
the commentary box, and thank you for joining me, and appreciate all your time here. The score is 82 for 3.
Lions is recovered from the early debacle, 23 for 3 to 82 for 3, and we're looking to score at least 180, 190 from here. So this is my first time playing here in Moosa Stadium. I really enjoyed the way the setup, infrastructure. Never played this kind of a stadium in entire America. It's great to be here, Arun boy.
Hey, you're very welcome, Rajan. enjoyed your entertaining innings for a while, but very nice to have you here in the booth.
Yep. I think both these batsmen are capable of take the score, push past 150. They have a very good background. They played some international Class A cricket in Sri Lanka. Sajith and Jivaka and his brother Sanjeeva, they're all good caliber. It's a tight bowling. They are very good line on length, and then
Tight bowling, Rajan, and tough situation. 23 for 3 is a tough situation. Even if they want to play some big shots, they're kind of restricted because they did not want to lose another wicket. And to be honest, I think the decision to give Sanjeeva out was, I think, a bad one. Of course, umpires are umpires and they're human beings and they make mistakes. But watching the replays, it's pretty clear that Sanjeeva was way down the wicket and it hit him on his front pad and appeared very likely that it was going to miss the leg stump. But it was a quick, hasty decision, and generally I don't like those kind of decisions, Rajan.
Quick, hasty I have to agree with you. Those are very, very critical, for a team who are batting. But that's part of cricket. We got to stomach that. Nothing can be changed, and since he's getting out, we can, unrule that. So we have to live with that.
Very true. I was just talking about why the West Lions got into this situation.
Yeah. Sanjeev was a very great bat, and he scores very quickly too. Yesterday he scored 10 balls, 25 runs or something like that. So.
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, and it's even more unfortunate when this happens to one of the better batsmen in a side.
Yeah. And Sajid played extremely well to the deep extra cover for a single. I think the game plan should be, take at least a boundary in each over from here on.
Or at least 6 and over, Rajan. I mean, at least 6 and over should be the target for the next 5-6 overs, and then maybe 8 or 9 and over the last 10 overs.
Yeah. I think so. We need runs on the board to defend, for the bowlers to give. That's a big shot.
Place this to wide mid off, long on, and this one goes for just one.
Yep, one single for Jivaka. The intention is clear. Take over to over 50 plus in the remaining overs. The current run rate is 2.72. They should push past 4 at least.
Two balls to go of this over from Kuldeep. It's interesting to see how they take charge at this stage, Rajan. Cut is, but straight to the fielder. Pulls this back foot off the back foot to covers. He charges down to pick it up to make sure there's no single in that. End of another over. The score is 86 for 3. Kuldeep 5 overs
for 17. 6 overs.
6 overs for 17. Extremely economical. Their modus operandi has been to contain the West Lions as much as they can, and they've done a good job of that. From the second over, third over, I didn't see a slip in place, and their whole game plan is to restrict runs, and they did goals.
Yeah, they did pretty well. They bowling to their fielding, that is important. So that puts pressure on the batsman to take some, unconventional method to score runs. But here they are not able to do that. So hopefully in the remaining 13 overs, they'll be, try to attack. And so this is my first time here. So what is the average score chasing or batting first?
There have been scores of 330 here. There's been a score of 247. Both were winning scores, of course. Here's Jivika hitting this hard, straight to long off. for a single. Sajid now getting ready to face Mustafa Himani.
Yeah, their fielders are comparatively, pretty athletic.
They are very athletic,
very
correct.
fit. Doesn't look like they're 50 years old.
That is so true. That is so true.
Some of the fielders were, I doubt really, how they're going to masters. They should play. Beautiful shot to the deep
Played
covers.
to deep covers for another single, so unable to get those boundaries. However, they try. Let me give you a little update on the field. They have a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, and a long off, and a deep cover. Those are the 5 out. And they have a short mid wicket on the onside. So there's 4 on the on and 5 on the off, which is a point cover and a mid off, short mid off on the off. Pulls this one to mid on for a single.
Yeah, there is no problem getting singles. They're getting easily. So they're getting 3 or 4 runs at this moment without taking any risk. With 7 wickets in hand, only 13 overs remaining, I believe they should take a chance. One of them should get going, which is already the intentions are clear here. Oh, that was firmly hit to the bowler back.
No runs.
Hope the bowler is okay.
Mustafa Himani, the bowler, just turned 50, I think about 20 days ago. Sajid was seriously looking at a single and sent back by Jivika. Almost a run out. I don't know what it would have been, but pretty close if it hit the stumps.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's almost, he's pulled trying to get back in a real hurry. He pulled some hamstring, I think. That's well hit to the deep. Couldn't quite connect well.
Correct.
So it's well short of, between long on and long off for single. So both the spinners, Mustafa and Kuldeep, bowling some tight spells here. So you remember what you said, Mustafa turning 20 days before 50.
Correct.
I think I was much more younger there. I was on 26th April, so around the same time.
Oh,
I turned 52, so
50?
Yeah. That's why it's 12. So probably around 20 days too. It's an interesting coincidence.
Yep.
So at the end of 33 overs, 90 for 3. Still not able to get past the 3. Look like Sajid is struggling there with his hamstring.
I have a feeling that something is going to give this over. I think Sajid is probably going to take him on, and
yeah, I mean they played enough. I think they played almost 20 overs, I believe. So Sajid played 66 balls for 34, and Jivika 109 for 28. It's almost combined, 11 plus 13, 24 overs together.
Yeah.
So they spent that time. I don't want them to throw the wickets, but at the same time they have to attack and get runs for the team.
I think I wouldn't mind if they throw their wicket at this stage. They got to attack though.
Yeah.
Because there's only 12 overs left.
Which is they were doing as we speak.
He is hitting this to deep covers, deep extra cover for a boundary.
Boundary has come after a long time. I don't remember when was the last time the boundary came. So So Lions are trying to go after the bowling. Last 12 overs, we have like 72 balls. Let's see what happens. It was a glorious cover drive.
70 balls, I think they've got to get 100.
Beautiful shot one more
Hit
time.
this one.
But not perfectly placed. Straight to the fielder for single.
They run and they didn't take a single. He's now putting pressure on the bowler. Cuts this one to backward point. Still cannot pierce that deep covers fielder who runs around to backward to point and stops it for a single only. So only 5 of this over so far.
So it's a welcome boundary after a long time. So
First 4 balls, 5 runs.
yeah, let's see what Sanjikan can give.
Jivika now facing Kuldeep. They run across for a single, so that's 6 of 5 balls.
Still a ball to go.
Still a ball to go. At least 2 runs would be what I think would be at least a minimum now.
Yeah, can even end up in boundary too. So 10 runs per over. That's what we want from Lions' perspective.
Yes, but at least 2 as a minimum. But they get 1.
Yeah.
So 7 of the over, which is a big improvement, Rajan, compared to what we were looking at earlier.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
hopefully this is the start of some good runs.
So
We have 11 overs left, and
Mhm.
let's say they get 8. That's only 88 runs, so that's 180 and change. They probably need to get 10 and over, like you said,
Mhm.
if they have to be somewhere somewhat competitive.
yeah, both the teams played yesterday on Prairie View ground. So West Lions lost to Panthers. West Lions scored 191, and then Panthers chased down pretty easily. But that's a different ground, a different field. They didn't bowl well yesterday, but today's a different day, different game, different setup. Let's see, how much is enough to defend. West Lions has a very good bowling attack. It's all about execution on a given day. So at the end of 34 overs, 97 for 3, and Sajid is on strike, and Kuldeep is into attack. Sorry, Mustafa, sorry. Here comes fast ball. Mustafa trying to adjust the field. Make sure the boundaries are protected. Trying to bowl to the full leg balls pushed to long off for single. The innings was slowed down initially when the first 3 wickets were down. That was crucial. They put the brakes on the runs. I think since 20th over, it is coming very easily. But the Lions are not trying to find the gaps to get the boundary balls. That was the ball struck for a short mid wicket for a quick single. So the plan should be run a ball with 1 boundary from each over is a 10 runs per over. If they do that, another 11 overs, they can score at least 90 to 100 runs. They should target. I think the throw was very hard and Mustafa got hurt in his left hand. Doesn't look good. So the game was stopped. I think he needs some icing.
Mustafa is walking away in pain. He did damage his left hand. We can't tell exactly what happened or how badly he's been damaged. We'll get to know in just a minute. There's been some first aid help going.
Took a timeout for physiotherapy, trying to address his pain injury on his left hand.
I didn't see any bleeding.
That's a good sign. So there's almost 100, nearly 100, 99 for 3 in 34th over. So last 10 overs, anything is possible. They have wickets in hand and a lot of good hitters, on the...
Who are the other guys to come, Rajan?
Hopefully, Arun told the rule. He's part of the USA Masters team. He's a good all-rounder. And then we have Ashwani and then Jamal. All are pretty good hitters. And we have Sridhar Sundaram to come. He was opening bat yesterday. So, and he's a good bat too. He can clear the boundaries as well. And then, yeah.
Looks like a good rest of the gang
And
ready to go.
Yeah, we have Vinay too. Vinay is also the Winky's brother who opened the innings. So all can bat. They have deep batting. So here's the time to take charge and go for kill.
Folks, while this is going on, let me update you on the other games that are happening. The West Blazers, by the way, amazing. These are my over 60 folks playing in the over 50s tournament, which is absolutely amazing. And they are 189 for 5. Some incredibly good batting by Ajay Gagliani. Gariali and 98 by him. Adam G. Haroon batting on 20. Atul Raj batting on 18. Bilal Saeed was out for 21. So Janak Patel out for 15. I'm telling you, I'm very impressed with this over 50s team. They won a very good game yesterday, beating the North Huskies yesterday. And
Yeah, it's too bad Ajay missed a century by 2 runs.
correct.
Ajay and I used to play in Southern California League. He's also from LA. So we all play in Southern California League as well. So good to see that he scored 98 and bad to see he's missed a century by 2 runs. It's a great milestone for him.
A-Boys against Central Stars. A-Boys are 162 for 6 in 37.4 overs. JV Vakil batting 7, Shafiq Jadevi 11. And that's that game. The South Stallions against East Broncos. The South Stallions are 210 for 7. That's a comfortable score, I would think. In 34 overs, so 10 more overs left for them, and they do have some batting left. They're from Dallas and I'm from Dallas, so I know about their batting potential and the ones left. Presidency 11, 161 for 4 against Northern Huskies. They seem to be well placed. Gregory batting 38 and Junaid Ahmed batting 21. So that's that game. And finally, North Bears 175 for 6. Again, we're in some kind of trouble and being pulled off once again, this time by Dilip Chauhan and Parag Ananta. Parag 32, Dilip 35, putting on a very good partnership. They were 6 down for 105 and they are now 175. So they put on a 70-run partnership, Rajan, for the 7th wicket.
That is good to see. I mean, the North Bears also pulled a similar kind of situation from a few games earlier. They were like, chasing 150 for something.
They were chasing that was a fantastic game. They were chasing 208, and they were 140 for 8 at one stage, and they pulled off a miraculous win with the last getting at about 10 runs.
Yeah. It's great to see some good games going all over the place. So again, another good partnership from Dilip and Parag. They're putting like a 100 partnership there. It's good.
There are 4 games, folks, going on at Prairie View Complex, and it's incredible to see 6 fantastic grounds at Prairie View. Rajan, what was your impression about playing at Prairie View Complex?
Yeah, the Prairie View cricket fields are much more cooler than here. The grounds are great. The fields, I think, the fields are much more grassier than the here.
You mean the pitches?
Yeah, pitches, a little bouncy, and here's more of like flat and clay, right, type of wicket.
Yeah,
The
more
ball comes through a little quicker.
These are Caribbean type of wickets, correct?
Yeah, and then whereas in Prairie View is more of a grass, and it's more bouncy, and and it's very breezy there.
It's open, a lot of open land and windy, correct. Which keeps the temperatures down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't feel like it's, even though it's hot, it's not feeling much hotter there.
Correct.
So here again, the play resumed here. They crossed 100 runs for 3 at the end of 35th over. 101 for 3. Sajid's on 42. Hitting is 50, and Jivika is playing on 31 of 82 balls. I think the batsman in the middle discussing, to take
The strategy of how to attack, how to get runs off the last 10 overs.
I think they're going to bring the fast bowlers. Shabir was coming to bowl. Mustafa is continuing. Mustafa had the last over, okay. Is it Kuldeep?
No, Mustafa. Kuldeep is from that end.
Okay. Kuldeep is going to continue the bowling.
Kuldeep is bowling from the northern end or the Balkis end, and facing him is Sajid.
I think Jivaka is on strike. Oh, Sajid. No, Jivaka is on strike.
Jivika is on strike.
The scoreboard says Sajid. I don't know why. They gotta change it. They need boundary every single over.
From here on.
Yeah. So 2 big overs.
Ideally, 2 big overs will help a lot at this stage.
Like 15 plus, I'm saying, say big 15 plus runs, What happens here if they don't go for shots and, get out cheaply without attacking? The new batsman comes here, they have to take a couple of balls before they can start attacking. It's not easy come and...
So this is Zubair coming in. Hits this to deep mid wicket, and they can only get a single out of that. The fielding is very good, like you just saw from the deep coming right to the stumps. Almost a professional level throw.
Yeah. I can disagree to that. I cannot disagree. They were like quick in the field and throws strong arms.
And the catches they took of yours and Venki were good catches at mid on and long on.
Hit because it's hit my bottom bat of my toe. Otherwise it would have been.
Yeah.
It could have cleared the boundaries I was hoping for, but he hit my toe end of the bat. It did well connected. I was disappointed with that shot.
But they took good catches.
Yep. Zubair to Jivika again. Hit straight to the bowler. No run again.
Zubair is a good fielder of his own bowling.
Yeah.
So just 1 run off the first 3 balls, first 4 balls, 2 runs. Three runs of the first four balls, 5 balls. Last ball of the over. They definitely need a big hit, and let's see if Sajid can help the side with a big hit at this stage. One of the things I noticed with the bowling, pretty York length balls. They're not giving anything to lift the ball, so it's very hard to put it away.
Yeah, they're bowling wicket to wicket for sure. It's a predetermined sweep shot from Sajid. Didn't get anything. So
I thought it's an over. Yeah, it is.
yeah. So the end of 36 overs. End of 36 overs. It's 104 for 3. So at this moment, Lions are looking for another 9 overs to go. Minimum 60 runs. Mustafa comes in, bowls to Jivika, and it's a catch. It's dropped. Hit to the mid wicket. Shot mid wicket on the 30-yard circle. He couldn't grab it. So in the meanwhile, they got a single. 105 for 3. Lions at the moment playing really well. Not giving much chances to Panthers, but the scoring rate has to be improved. Another shot played down to the long leg for single. Sajid is on 43. Jivika is on 34. Mustafa comes in, bowls to Jivika. He cut hard to the covers. Easy 2 for there. (106 for 3). First 3 balls produced 4 runs. Full toss down the leg side, push to the deep square leg for a single. Both these bowlers are bowling pretty good to that field set. Lions not able to find the gaps to get the boundaries. Mustafa comes in to bowl to Sajid. Defended for no run. Very well bowled there. So first 5 balls produced only 5 runs. 4 runs so far. 109 for 3. Outside the off stump again. To put away, but it's didn't get any single runs. It's at this time I would say the Lions are struggling. I don't know what the game plan is. There's no intention of going big shots. It's almost only 8 overs left. I think we need some fresh legs into the middle to hit some big shots. Okay, thank you. So it's
109 for 3. Here is Zubair coming into ball. So just batting on 44. Jivika 37. Very slow 37, if I should say so.
short ball, should have pulled away for 4 but missed it for no run. Sajid is needing a 50. This could be his third 50 if he play today, score 50, it will be third 50 in his 4 games. He's in a great form.
Cut away for a single. Like you said, I really don't understand the game plan here. Clearly, this is not a score, for me at least, this is not a score that is defendable. You have to get extremely lucky to get those wickets and get them out. At this stage, I don't see any pressure on the Panthers to.
That's a well struck
That's a huge
6-6.
I would think. Yes. The
First 6 of the game. And stepping out, hitting over the wide long on for 6. That's a great shot. And that's his 52. What a style. What a way to reach the 50. Next ball, he again try to do the same, repeat the same thing. Intelligent bowling by Zubair, pitched his shot, went for single. Thank you, Arun. It's a pleasure to have you a commentary, have me on the commentary. I really enjoyed it. Let me go and join the dugout.
Absolutely, and thank you, Rajan, for being a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Here's a flick to fine leg for 2 by Jivika. Thank you. Have a good day. Good luck with the game. $120 for 3 in 38 overs. very first ball of the new over from Mustafa was pulled very hard to between mid-wicket and square leg for 4 runs. Jivika getting ready to play the next one, has a big swipe at it. Misses it completely, no runs. Jivika getting ready to play the third ball of the over. Plays this straight to long off for a single. 5 of the first 3 balls. There's a point cover, extra cover, and a deep cover on the offside with a long off, so 5 on the off. The idea would be to bowl outside the off stump, and which he does, and gets a single out of it. So 6 so far of the first 4 balls. One 26 for 3. Jivika pulls this to straight short mid on, gets a single. At this stage, singles are not an issue for the fielding side, South Panthers, because they bowled a tight spell until now, so it's just the boundaries that might have an impact on the game. In any case, it's 7 of this overs of the first 5 balls. Sajid playing the next one for a single to short mid-wicket. 8 of the over, 128. 128 for 3. Six overs to go. These two have put on a 100-run partnership, 101 runs, but clearly have taken a long time to get to that mark. With 6 overs to go, it's going to be interesting to see what that number could be. Will they be able to get to 170 is a question. Coming into bowl is Zubair. Zubair having discussions with his captain Kuldeep. After serious discussions, Zubair and Kuldeep Zubair opts out of bowling, and Kuldeep is coming into bowl. Jivika batting on 47, Sujit on 53. Sujit facing Kuldeep. Misses has a wild swing outside the off stump, misses it completely. No runs. Here's Sajid facing the second ball from Kuldeep. Hits through his too short extra cover in the gap between the two 30-yard fielders for a single. He has a wild sweep at it, but fails to connect. Kuldeep is a very smart bowler, and it would be very hard to put him away. Jivika plays this to covers for a single. Kuldeep coming into bowl his fifth ball. Fourth ball. To Sajid. Has a wild swing trying to pull this over mid-wicket. But as I said, Kuldeep is a very smart bowler. Bowled this one outside the off stump and at the right length where Sajid could not pull it. He would have to step out to play, and that's again dangerous. So he now steps out. And they walk across for a single. Single to fine leg. Only 3 of this over, 1 ball left in this over. Here's Kuldeep getting ready to bowl the last ball of his over. Wide ball. He hits it hard, but straight back to Kuldeep, who takes a brilliant catch. Cotton bowled. Jivika cotton bowled Kuldeep for 48. 132 for 4. End of the over. 5 overs to go. Jivika 48 of 99 balls at a strike rate of 48.48. Sajid 53 not out, 55 not out at a strike rate of 62. Arun Toladur is the new batsman in. 132 for 4. Arun Todalur is the non-striker. Sajid 55. 5 overs to go at the after this. And here is Mustafa Himani coming into bowl to Sajid. Who's been at the wicket for a long time, is probably struggling with the heat. Pulls this to square leg, but only for a single. Here's Mustafa getting ready to bowl the second ball of the over. The first one to Arun facing this. Single of the second ball by Arun. Everybody needs some time to be at the wicket to really figure out the bowling. So it's the seniors who are at the wicket for a long time that have to play the role of aggressor. And so that leaves Sajid to doing that job. It's a tough ask against this bowling side. Place this along the ground for a single. Mustafa still holding the fort very well, bowling a very good spell. 7.4 overs for 32 runs. Considering they only lost 3 wickets before this, and he bowled 7 overs. It's amazing spell, keeping them quiet. And here is Arun getting a single. Arun 2 not out of the first 3 balls that he has faced. Four of the first 5 balls. Here's the last ball of the over from Mustafa. Place this to fine leg for a single. So only 5 of this over. 137 for 4. One 137 for 4s. Is it Zubair coming into bowl? Who's bowl? Yeah, it is Zubair. And Sajid is stumped off the bowling of Zubair. His first wicket at this stage. It's the tight bowling of Zubair that matters. He still did not bowl that well, but 7 overs 32, and this wicket was probably only because of the few overs left and they were going at it. It wasn't because it was a great ball. So, but sometimes this is what happens in cricket, that you do get wickets which may not be deserving, but you lose out on so many incredibly deserving balls. Good stumping by Shafiq. Very good stumping. Shows his technique very well in his in the replay. One 37 for 5, and here is Zubair coming into bowl to a new batsman. Ashwini is the new batsman. And Zubair coming into bowl, the second ball of his 8th over. Cuts this hard, and they may amble for 2, which they do. It goes to deep backward point, and the cover fielder had to go around to pick up the ball and throw it in. So 2 of that ball, the second ball of that over. $139 for 5. Zubair coming into bowl, the third ball of his 8th over. This one kept a little low. He tried to pull it, but outside the off stump, never had a chance to pulling it. That's 3 balls of the over, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does of the next one. He plays it to deep mid-off. A deep point for a single. They run in for a quick 2. So 4 off the over so far, and that is the 42nd over. And they amble across for a single. 5 off the over, 5 of 5 balls, and a wicket. It is very tough to bowl these overs, folks, especially spinners. But Zubair is doing a great job bowling this over. Kuldeep did in the last over, and here he is, tries to sweep it down fine leg. Gets a single, end of the over, 6 runs off that over, and a wicket from Zubair. Zubair has finished 8 overs for 37 runs, 1 wicket. "42 overs gone, 3 overs left, 143 for 5. Poor score by any standards. Batting first, it's a poor score. Meanwhile, the South Stallions have amassed a large score, 271 for 9 against the Broncos. Have Brilliant 58 by Farhan, who's batted well throughout the tournament. Mohsin Khan 56 of 67. Suhas Naik also had a good tournament, 37 of 32. Naveen Perez playing a cameo, 34 of 22 with 5 fours and a 6. Faisal Akhtar just got out, 15. William Salmon is the last man in. So they've amassed a huge score, 271 for 9 at the end of 43.1 overs. So they should be. They look like they're in a comfortable position to win this game and play for the 5th place final. So those are 5, 6, 7, and 8 playing. So it's 5 playing against 8 today. The South Stallions against East Broncos. Here it's 146 for 5. Ashwini 5, and Arun T5. It's Arun now facing Mustafa Himani. Plays this to deep long off, and that's a boundary. By Arun. Score is 147 for 5. So they've picked up 8 runs off this over of the first 4 balls. I would say too little too late, but it is what it is. There was a loud appeal for LBW by the bowler, and then a loud appeal for stumping by Shafiq. Let's see what that LBW... It hit him clearly outside the off stump. With the LBW, the side view would probably be the only way to get that. Here's Mustafa finishing the over. And no runs there. Close call, not out, was the call, and it's probably the correct call. We will see this in slow motion, folks. I think he may be out. I think he may be out. He may have been given out. He should have been given out, I think. We're looking at this replay one more time. I think Shafiq did a good job. I just want to see when the bails were taken off. There would be a run out. Probably the bails. It was a bang situation. Couldn't tell what it could have been. Anyway, we are now in the 44th over, and Zubair is bowling the 44th to Ashwini. Hits this hard to mid-wicket, and they're ambling for two very good runs. The running has been excellent by these two. So 2 off the first ball of Zubair, 153 for 5. Ashwini hits this straight. But he's out caught in the deep. So that's 150 3 for 6 now, with 1.4 overs left. The West, the North Bears against the West Warriors was another good game. Parakananta getting his second 50 in as many times as he has played this tournament. Beautiful batting both times, 56 not out. Dilip Chavan had another good innings, 38 not out, 38. Fazal 40, who also had a good knock yesterday in the previous game. So the same three guys of the three who played last game. Dilip Chavan got a 74 in the last game. Fazal got a 43 last game. He was actually the man of the match in the last game. And this time Parakananta, who did not play the last game, got a 59 in the game before that, got a 56 again. Beautiful batting. 226 is what they are set a target for the West Warriors. Again over here, 155 for 6. Zubair bowling the 44th over. And there are 4 runs so far in this over. And this one was going down the leg to fine leg. The guy on 45 had to run to his right to pick it up for a single. So 156 for 6. That's a leg by. Here is Jamal facing. Pulls this to fine leg for a single. They think of second and they do now run for the second. But he's out while he scrambles. I think it will be shown in the replay that he was clearly out. He was walking away anyways. This is a stage where they have to take chances, and unfortunately he was run out, Jamal. I think the replay will show that quite clearly, that he was way off when he was running. Regardless, so there's 1 run off that ball. So it's 157 for 6. Can we see a replay of that? So 157 for 6. The new batsman in Cameron. Last ball of the 44th over. Caught it shut, third man. Zubair gets his third wicket. Kuldeep is coming on to bowl the last over of the innings. They are now 157 for 8. 3 wickets in this over by Zubair. He's bowled his 9 overs for 42 runs and got 3 wickets, all of them in this over. He bowled well, no question, but these wickets are only because they were hustling to get runs with only a couple of overs left. So it is not the same as a Humayun wickets or wickets that others got, Shabir got in the first spell. Those were, I think, critical wickets, far more important. Arun T gets a single off the first ball, 158 for 8. It's Vinay facing Kuldeep with 5 balls to go in the innings, and he pushes it to short cover for a single. So 2 of 2. 159 for 8. Arun T now facing. He hits it hard to deep mid-off, and they amble for 2, a misfield, and they get the second comfortably. So 4 of the first 3 balls. The score is 161 for 8. Plays this to mid-on. They'll run hard and probably get the second. Arun T runs very hard between the wickets, and that's impressive. So 6 of the first 4 balls. Here he is facing the 5th ball. That was a leg by. So 7 of the first 5 balls. The last ball of the innings, of the over, and of his spell as well. This would be Kuldeep's last ball of his spell, 9th over. Here he is, plays hard to avoid extra cover, and they will not take the second. It was very hard to take the second. A great throw straight to the keeper, and so end of the innings. 164 for 8. 165 for 8 is what they ended up at. Arun T not out 16. Vinay not out 2 of 2. Arun T 16 of 15. I wish they accelerated earlier. They could have reached 200 quite comfortably if they started accelerating around the 25th to 26th over. They even after 30, they could not accelerate. It was tight bowling, very effective bowling, great field placements, excellent fielding by the Panthers. So, gentlemen, 165 is what the score is, and they will we'll come back and talk about the second half of the match with the Panthers chasing 164, 165, and I'll be right back after the lunch break. Thank you. Welcome back, folks. We are back at the Moosa Stadium for the South Panthers that are going to face the bowling of West Lions. The Panthers are chasing 164. And the two batsmen out there are Rafe and Kashif. Rafe Kazi and Kashif Rana. Both excellent cricketers. Rafe has got 100 in the international against Canada or against the West Indies. And Kashif was the man of the series in that tournament, in the Three Nation tournament. And here is Arun Todalur bowling the first ball. They pull it to deep. Second ball driven straight to mid-off. Rafe was thinking of a single, but there was nothing in there. Back to the bowler. Drive this beautifully to mid-off, but straight to mid-off, no runs. Rafe is in good touch. Next ball outside the off stump, left alone by Rafe. Drives this again straight to mid-off, but very hard, beautifully, strikes this beautifully middle of the bat. You can see the class of Rafe when you see him bat. An excellent bat to watch. Easy, very pleasant on the eye. This one was flicked to fine leg. A leg by. And a single. End of the over, 3 for no loss. Kashif to face Srikanth. I'm sorry, Rafe still to face Srikanth. The score is 3 for no loss. Both Rafe and Kashif are excellent batsmen. This target at the moment doesn't look very difficult for the South Panthers. So here's Srikanth getting ready to bowl the first ball to Rafe. Played very comfortably and elegantly, if I should say so, to short covers for no runs. The field right now is one slip, a backward point, a deep cover, short extra cover and a mid-off. 6 on the off, a deep fine leg, and a mid wicket and a mid on the onside. Once again played straight to deep covers, to short cover for no runs. Rafe is very pleasing on the eye. Rafe played for the USA national team in the 2000s. Obviously 20-something years ago. He was talking to me earlier in March, and he was telling me about the fact that he hasn't played cricket in the last 6 years, and he's still looking very, very good indeed. Here he is facing Srikanth. Srikanth has bowled some very good balls, four very good balls, forcing Rafe to defend, which he does and obliges with a good full face of the bat, playing it back to the bowler. And here's Srikanth bowling his 5th ball of the over to Rafe. Just outside the off stump, Rafe watching it go all the way to the keeper's hands. And that's one thing that people don't do as much, is watch it all the way through to the keeper's hands when you let it go, just so that you can see the bounce on that ball, movement past the bat, and those are all good things to watch, so you know what the bowler is doing. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. End of a good over. One wide in that. Otherwise would have been a maiden over, but just one run off that over. 4 for no loss at the end of 2. We will see Shafiq for the first time facing Arun T. Pretty sure that's going to be Arun T bowling. Arun Toladur is a guy who has played for the US national team, just recently for the US Masters national team, in the Champions Trophy, in the Three Nation Champions Trophy against West Indies and Canada, and was a very, very useful ally to Humayun with the new ball in all the games. So here's Arun getting ready to bowl to Shafiq, who were all teammates when they were part of the US team, Rafe, Shafiq and Arun. Here he is coming into bowl, first ball to Shafiq. It appears that there was an edge. Would like to see the replay. There was an edge and probably dropped by the wicketkeeper. Very first ball. A replay would probably show that. Shafiq plays this to short mid-wicket. There was no mid-wicket. There's a square leg and a wideish mid-on. And they get a single. So the field is very interesting. It's 7 on the off. It's a very tough ask with 7 on the off to really bowl. And with the action and the ball that Arun delivers, there's a very good chance it would go down the leg side a lot more, because he cuts it in. It's very tough to bowl with just 2 on the on, but Arun is doing a good job so far. It'd be interesting to see how he bowls to Rafe now. Bowls this one outside the off stump. Rafe tries to defend but goes through to the keeper. This one went straighter. It didn't cut in. Rafe was looking for the ball to cut in on this one. It did not. Here's Arun bowling the fifth ball. Lets it go. Outside the off stump. Lets it go. Cuts in, but not sharp enough to get the wicket. Rafe lets it go to the keeper. That's a good over. Just one run off this over. So the South Panthers are 5 for no loss at the end of 3 overs. There is a lot of time left for them to chase these runs down. It's a very small target, 160. It's a very small target, and these two are going about it in a very professional way, in no hurry whatsoever to chase or go after the bowling. They're just trying to play these overs, get comfortable, read the pace of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket, and the bowlers, whether they're bowling some in and out. So they want to read all of it before they start attacking. And here is Kashif facing Srikanth. Srikanth bowled his first over for 1 run. Here he is coming to bowl his second over, this one to Kashif. A wide ball outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, and so rightfully called a wide. This one was a good ball, just outside the off stump. Tempting Kashif to play that ball, but he, as good a player and as good a form as he is in, lets that one go very comfortably and not showing any anxiety to go and play those balls outside the off stump. That was good, but he plays it to deep point for a single. Just where Jivika just arranged to set him back up to that position, and they run through for a good quick single. Rafe to face Srikanth. Goes to deep mid-wicket for a single. 8 for no loss. This is the 4th over. Srikanth has given 4 so far off the 8. Now facing Srikanth. Kashif on 2, Rafe on 3, 3 extras. That was a good ball, perfect length, good line, just outside the off stump, just short of a full ball that forced Kashif to play off the front foot. These are the kind of balls that can force a batsman to play something in the air, if they're a little early or a little late, that could pop into a catch. And here's another good ball from Srikanth. Forces Kashif to play off the front foot. 2 covers, no runs there. That area is pretty well protected. slashes this one hard to deep cover for a single. End of the over, 9 for no loss. 4 runs coming off of this over, and he gave 1 in the previous over, so 2 overs, 5 runs, no wicket. And South Panthers are 9 for no loss at the end of 4 overs. So here is Arun coming to bowl his third over. Slashes this hard to backward point for a single. There's a fielder right there for that reason. That single takes Kashif onto 4. Rafe is batting 3, and there are 3 extras. This was well bowled and went straight to short mid wicket, and now they have 3 on the on, and this is a much better field in my opinion, to have at least 3 on the on to a guy that cuts the ball in, and he plays this beautifully to deep square leg for a boundary. Rafe just played a beautiful shot to deep square leg, deep mid wicket for a boundary. A very pretty shot. Pushes this to covers, another, that's his favorite area. Plays this to deep covers, and that goes for 2 runs. So he's got a 4 off of a flick to mid wicket, and then a nice push to deep covers for 2 runs. And both were well placed, and this was what was missing in the West innings. Now this ball is down the leg side, and this goes for a single. There is a deep mid wicket now. So Arun is straying in his line and length, more in his line. He's straying in his line, and he had 1 ball on the leg stump that was put away for a 4 through mid wicket. The next one outside the off stump, put away to wide covers for 2, and now this one to. This is another beautiful shot by Kashif. Goes for a boundary, 4 runs to deep fine leg. Costly over. 12 off this over. Total is 21 off 5 overs. Shrikant bowling his third over. Wide ball. Just probably just within the lines. Shrikant bowls both balls a little going away, and then he cuts it in as well. This one was going away. Here he is coming to bowl the second ball of his third over. Again, just outside, just on that mark. Good control. Bowled two balls right there. Forced the hand on Kashif to say, "You take me on." That's Rafe. My apologies, Rafe. And Rafe patiently waiting. He doesn't want to take any chances on those balls. He's got all the time in the world. They're only chasing 165, and it appears that they're in no hurry to chase the outside ball. But this was very tempting, a very good ball, right on the money, forcing Rafe to step out and play this, but played it straight to covers. Very smart bowling indeed by Shrikant. 4 dot balls. Let's see how Rafe responds to the last 2 balls of Shrikant. Plays this gently back, again to covers, no runs. Last ball of Shrikant's third over. Oh, beautiful ball. Misses the bat completely. This one was just missing the inside edge of the bat because he was completely beaten by this ball. Rafe. Excellent over from Shrikant. His 3 overs have just given away only 5 runs. And this was a maiden over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs, no wickets. Arun coming back to bowl. Arun had an expensive over in the previous over. He had given away 12 runs. runs in the previous over. This one was slightly short of a length. Cutting in, that's what he usually bowls, and forced Kashif to play that defensively on the offside. This is what tempts Kashif outside the off stump. But from everything I know, you don't pitch up to him with room. He is very good at picking the gaps. That's more the length that Kashif is more uncomfortable at. He loves the ball coming onto his bat, coming close to his bat, and he will take that on. Here he is, 3 balls, no runs, coming back very well, Arun, after an expensive over. Here's the next one again, played very well defensively. Arun has probably made adjustments to his bowling after 1 bad over. Here he is, bowling another one short of a length, forcing Kashif to try and cut this. He's unable to, go straight to the keeper. Low down though, and no runs. Here's Arun bowling his last ball of this over. and again ends up with a wide. This one was swinging away. It was wide outside the off stump and was swinging away even further. So he can bowl both balls. That's what it's showing me. Drives this straight to covers. Straight through covers for a boundary. Beautiful shot through covers for a 4. That was a no ball. And it goes all the way for a 4. They run 2 on that no ball. Or 3. So he bowls a wide, a no ball, and then a 3 on the no ball. So still a very, very tough call for Arun T. After bowling 5 straight dot balls, a wide, and then a no ball, and then 3 runs. So it's 5 off that over that looked good for the first 5 balls. The score is 26 for no loss at the end of 5. Srikanth, who just bowled a maiden the previous over, is coming back to bowl to Rafe. To Kashif. And Kashif plays this to deep. Square leg for 2. So they have a deep backwards, a deep square leg, a short mid wicket, and a mid on the onside, and they have a slip, a backward point, a point, a cover, a deep extra cover, and a mid off. 6 on the off, 3 on the on, and here's Srikanth bowling his 3rd ball, 2 off the first ball. Kashif tries to hit him straight back, and Srikanth puts his foot out there, stops the ball, no runs. Could have been a boundary, but no runs. Very well done, Srikanth. Hits this hard past the bowler for a boundary. Over the umpire. That's a hard boundary. The umpire had to quickly duck to avoid that shot. Avoid being hit. So they're slowly increasing the pace. They're 32 for no loss. At the end of 7.4 overs, this is Srikanth's 4th over. He's given away 11 runs so far, which is still a very economical spell. Srikanth hits this hard again, and another boundary by Kashif. .36 for no loss, 2 consecutive 4s, 10 runs in this over. So they're taking on Srikanth very comfortably now. They decided they feel like they've seen the ball enough. Now they want to take him on. Kashif taking his time, looking around, seeing the field changes. And here he is now facing the last ball of the over. 10 runs so far in this over. Plays this gently, end of the over. 36 for no loss at the end of 8 overs. 4 overs for 15 by Shrikant. $36 for no loss. The other games that are going on, the A boys are 199 for 9 in 45 overs. Central Stars are 56 for 3. South Stallions are 277. East Broncos chasing 277 are 54 for 1. Presidents 11. Presidents 11, 205 for 7. North Huskies 56 for 6. West Warriors 21 for 3. $38 for no loss. Beautiful glance to find leg for a boundary. Arun is definitely straying in his line, and Rafe taking full advantage of the fact that there is no deep fine leg. There's a deep backward square, and they didn't even bother to run it. They knew it was a boundary all the way. 42 for no loss, chasing 165. They're quarter way done already, without a wicket lost, and in very few overs. This is just the 9th over. Rafe batting 15, Kashif batting 22. Shrikant coming back to bowl his 5th over. 42 for no loss. Kashif facing Shrikant. Kashif hit him for 2 boundaries in the last over. Be interesting to see how Kashif plays this over. That was a good ball at the right spot, just on the good length spot, cutting in just enough to make Kashif play that defensive shot to covers for no runs. These two are extraordinarily, they are very good batsmen and aggressive, especially Kashif is aggressive. This one was down the leg, but being the first wide was allowed, so still a legal ball. 1 wide down the leg is allowed as long as it's not unreasonably wide on the leg side. So here is Shrikant Bull in his 4th ball. Plays this to point, backward point, no runs again. Shrikant is on again, off again. Bowls a good over, bowls a few maiden and a 1 run over and a 2 run over, and then has an expensive over, 10 run over as well. So this is his 5th over, 5th ball of the 5th over. The score is 42 for no loss. There's a field change. There's one more that comes on the offside. Shot at a wideish third man. There's a point and a cover point and an extra cover and a mid-off. It's a very strong offside field, and that is a wide. Sometimes if you strengthen one side of the wicket as much as you have here with just 2 fielders on, oh, they do have 3 on the on, 2 on the on. People tend to bowl more wider only because you got a field. This one was driven straight to deep covers for a single by Kashif. End of the over, 44 for no loss. 2 of this over, 1 wide and a single. Oh, there's one more ball left. 4 dot balls, a single, but he bowled a wide, so there's one more ball to bowl, and this one left alone by Rafe. No runs at the end of the over, 44 for no loss. 10 overs, 44. There's a bowling change. It's right arm over. Making some field adjustments here, and I will tell you the field. There's one slip. Appears to be an off spinner, and he hits him hard straight past the bowler and the mid-on fielder for a boundary. There was nothing in that ball, and we did not have anybody deep. You should have, in my opinion, put a deep mid-on, a long on, at least. You're allowed 3 fielders, and he now puts the guy on deep long on. Plays this now to long on for a single, so Kashif gets 5 runs off the first 2 balls, 48 to no loss. Rafe plays this one gently back to the bowler. No runs. This is Sujit. Sujit was the one who got the 50 for the West Lions. Here he is. He's a right arm off spinner, or it appears to be right arm off spinner. Plays this, defends it comfortably to mid-off, no runs. Rafe obviously is in no hurry to chase these runs down. They're 49 for no loss. Cuts this one hard, but goes straight to the fielder at backward point, no runs. When a bowler bowls as slow as Sajid is, you would have to put all the pace behind that shot, and that's what makes it hard sometimes. This one again played straight to mid-off, no runs, end of the over. So 5 off this first over from Sajid. Sajid is a left-handed bat and a right-arm bowler. There is, I think Shrikant has come back to bowl on this side too. Shrikant is bowling another over. He has 5 overs for 17 runs, which is still very economical, even after a big over of 10 runs. That's a wide ball. Just gets away with it, just inside the line. That one was cutting in, so he bowls both the balls, which is very good. I think it's just the pace with which he bowls probably doesn't help him as much, because he cannot deceive the batsman. He may deceive him in the direction of the ball, but the pace allows a batsman to gain time, and even if he was initially beaten by the ball, he has time to just defend it much easier. This one was going away, and he hits it hard, but no runs. This kind of bowling could make Kashif a little more desperate, because he likes to see the ball, he likes to meet the ball, and if somebody bowls that kind of line, And this one was a beautiful ball going away. I'm pretty impressed with Srikant's bowling. I just wish he had a little more pace with that same movement both ways. Would have been a lot more effective. That's another good ball. Driven straight to short covers, cover point, no runs there. 5 dot balls in this over from Srikant. Here's the last ball of the over from Srikant, and let's see how he ends up that over. And this one is another maiden. This is his second maiden. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, no wicket is Srikant's spell. So here's Sajid coming into bowl. His second over, 5 runs off his first over. To this one to Rafe. Rafe cuts him hard. This time to cover point for a single. There's one deep cover, and he runs around to his left and picks it up, gives a single. Rafe, I think one of his patented shots is the back foot punch through covers. And I think all the teams here know about it, and they have set a field for him exactly over there and deep mid wicket. Those are his 2 favorite areas, and they've stopped him on those 2 shots, or at least trying to give only a single of those shots. Here's another dot ball. This time to Kashif, 2 dot balls to Kashif, and they hammered through for a quick 2, I think. This one to shot to third man. The point has to run across and pick it up, and that's 2. 2 to Kashif. 52 for no loss. At the end of this, after the 5th ball of this over, 1 more ball to go from Sajid. And this one was a catch, an edge, went to the keeper. I would love to see the replay on this. It was a tough chance. It would be nice to see the replay on this last ball. Srikant continuing to bowl his 7th over. Drives this straight to covers. There's a lot of protection over there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys on the off, and 5 of them saving one, so there's a lot of protection, so you have to pierce that field. And Rafe was trying to do that. Tries to slash this, missed it completely, went straight to the keeper. Could have been a very tough scenario where could have taken the edge, but it didn't, fortunately for Rafe. Cuts this hard to point and very well fielded. No runs in there. It was slashed quite hard, but no runs. Rafe batting on 16 and Kashif on 30. That was a good ball. Again, getting frustrated, trying to score runs. Unable to connect. This one was moving away from Rafe and took his eye off the ball. Once again, no runs going to covers. Srikanth is bowling beautifully. Frustrating Rafe quite a bit. One more ball to go, and this would be his second consecutive maiden if he does, and his third overall maiden. That is incredible considering it is these two batsmen. And there it is, maiden over again. So back-to-back maidens by Srikanth. So Srikanth's spell is incredible. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 17 runs and no wicket. So this is, folks, the last over before the break, the 15-over break. For Masters, there are different rules. Some of the rules are different because these are for people over 50. And one of the rules, if you're just tuning in, one of the rules is that power play, it's a 45-over game, and power play, the first power play is 15 overs, and you're allowed 3 fielders in the first 15 overs. And after the first 15 through the 30th, you're allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle is what I meant. And then finally, in the last 15 overs, you're allowed 5 fielders outside the circle, outside the 30-yard circle. So that's how this is played. And then the other exception is that any one of the 14 in this tournament, any one of the 15 can be on the field at after the as long as they are in the field after the 15th over. And yet another rule is that any one of them can bowl as well. Not just be on the field to field, but they can bowl. Again, understandably, you can see the reasons because it's a hot day, 90 degrees, without the heat index. And other than that, you also are looking at 50-plus year-old people playing this game. Here's a dot ball from Sajid. Yet another rule that is an exception is the first wide down the leg side is not called a wide. It's only because they want to help these bowlers finish their overs fast and get through this game. So that's why the first wide is not called a wide. Unless the wide is extremely wide, then it's called a wide even if it is down the leg side. So those are the differences in a Masters cricket versus a regular cricket game. But here are these folks playing 5 45-over games in 7 days. Extremely tough, all in about 100-degree temperature. Here's Kashif batting on 34. Defends this ball after a brilliant boundary. Here's the last ball of the over from Sajid. Again, defends it. End of the over. And that is the first drinks break, my folks. And the score is 56 for no loss. They're one thirds way into this game, into the score. So we will come back to you after the break. Thank you.
mentioned right location, where it is it the tibia, below the knee? Please mention, refax the order to them. That also I have mentioned to them. And then she said, okay, we have done faxed it to them. But it is wrong. I saw that fax.
I don't know that. I'm getting worried whether you really know what. I mean, are you trying to tell them what to order?
No.
So then how do you know it's wrong?
Arun, she said MRI of the knee.
Okay.
And on the bottom they wrote, it is the lower tibia is a sclerosis, And see.
So they want to see both. They want to see both. They want to see both.
No,
That's what he said. That's what the doctor said at that time. I want to see what that is also.
I will have to send
He showed you there was something there.
No, that is the one they wanted to find out.
No, they want the knee as well, right?
No, he didn't say about the knee.
Let me check your chart and
Chart and what, can you send them, hey, what it is, I am just really need to be neat.
I don't know why I have never had a problem with them. I don't know how you have all these problems. I don't
No,
understand.
but they sent it wrong, what do you want me to do?
Okay, let me look into it. Yeah. So, folks, we are back. The South Panthers are 56 for no loss, chasing 165, and look very comfortable. They're 1/3 way through already. Look very comfortable, Rafe and Kashif. Plays this straight to covers. New bowler Vinay is coming to bowl. First ball to Rafe. Rafe just punches it to short covers, no runs. This one slightly short of length. It's an uncomfortable length is what I would call it for a batsman, and the line was pretty good, just on the off stump, short of a length, forcing Rafe to play this off the front foot. Plays this to wideish covers, almost shot mid-off. Stopped, no runs. Vinay taking over from Srikanth, who bowled 7 straight overs. Here's Vinay bowling his 4th ball. Again, straight to covers, short extra cover, no runs. Good fielding. So they've packed that area. It's something that Rafael loves playing in the covers region. They have packed it up, including a deep cover. Appeal for LBW, not given out. Play would tell us a little bit more about it. Five dot balls by Vinay in his very first over. So here is Vinay bowling the last ball of his over. Plays this back of start the first over. Bowled as a team, very well bowled. I'm very surprised with their batting though. Not going after it early enough. Very late. I didn't like the approach. That was not a winning approach. 56 for no loss. 1/3 way through. Here's Sajid trying to finish his 4th over. Starting his 4th over. Bowling to Kashif. Kashif is in such incredible form all the way from last March when we had the International Champions Trophy here. He was the man of the tournament. Amazing performance, and here he is trying to play this through covers, but hobbles across for a single, went straight to covers on the 30-yard line. So very good batting by both these guys. Extremely impressive, the South Panthers. Their batting has been outstanding. Their bowling, to me, was phenomenally good because they bowled to their field. The field placements were very, very well put together. And the bowlers bowled to their field all the way from, Humayun to Kareem to Mustafa Himani to, you name it, Kuldeep. All of them bowled very well, and Kareem bowled a few overs as well. It was very good. I enjoyed watching the bowling, and here it is. It's always wonderful watching Rafe bat. Here he is, pushes this to long on for a single. So they both are batting very comfortably, and folks, for all those who are just joining in, I wanted to introduce you to a guy who is clearly a leader who is the captain of the South Panthers. That's a boundary. Boundary by Raf Kashif. A very comfortable one to find leg for 4. Guys, as I was saying, I have the captain of the South Panthers, a fantastic guy. Very proud to call him a friend of mine for the last, I would say, 30 years at least. He is so good with his captaincy, and I probably mentioned it quite a few times when he was bowling that he was part of the USA's national team, and at that time he was a medium pacer with a beautiful outswing. I remember that very well. So the two guys from from South Panthers who played for the USA national squad are Rafe and Kuldeep. And I'm very happy to welcome Kuldeep, who, by the way, was the captain for the South Zone team in the Zonals, and the South Zone team won the championship. Welcome, Kuldeep. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you, Arun Bhai. Lovely day today. Nice weather. Good cricketing weather. A little bit hot, I would say, out in the field. The game is, I think, is 63 for no loss at this point, and we're chasing 166. What do you think, Arun Bhai?
I said all along that this is a very comfortable score for the South Panthers. I generally don't like to assume things, but I can put my money for sure and tell you that this is a game that the South Panthers will win this, and probably win this comfortably. I know the cricket is a one-ball game and you could get wickets and all that. I understand that. But I really, Kuldeep, I don't see anything in this wicket that threatens batsmen. And that's why when you guys bowled them for 165 in 45 overs, to me, that was a telling story. And so chasing that is absolutely no problem on this wicket, especially against the kind of bowling I see. There is nothing penetrative in this bowling. There was a good ball that cut in nicely.
Took the inside edge.
The inside edge, went to fine leg, and they run a quick two.
I think this wicket is only ways if the batsman, their concentration level is broken, because you're right, it's a batting paradise, and I was very happy that all my bowlers, my teammates, they actually bowled to their line and length, right? And it kind of made it difficult, and basically I think so I would know that there were a couple of hurt batsmen on their side in the beginning, so they can only hit big shots, they couldn't run between the wickets, right? Where I think that's where it put them in a lot of pressure.
Correct. Rajan had a groin issue, and so all he could do was swing the bat hard. Be that as it may, I thought a couple in the middle, Sujit and Jivaka, I would have expected them to accelerate somewhere before the last 10 overs. I think the pressure they put on themselves on the rest of the batsmen was almost a very tough ask. I wish those two batsmen. Sajid was batting quite aggressively compared to Jivaka, but the strike rate of both of them was quite dismal. I know Jivaka was, Sajid was 64 and Jivaka was much lower, so around 50. And you don't have that kind of strike rate in a 45 over limited over cricket. You cannot afford that kind of strike rate.
I was a little bit baffled that they know what type of batting lineup we have, and I was thinking that if I were them, right, I would had a plan, like after Jivika, Bhai and Sajid boundary.
There's a beautiful drive by Kashif, beautiful shot through extra cover. Very pretty on the eye to watch that.
So going back to it, that is where I'm a little bit baffled, that why would they not think that we need 230, 240 in order to win on this kind of wicket?
At least
to that score, right? And once they got their eye in, they were aggressive at all.
Correct.
So.
And, as much as Zubair got 3 wickets, Kuldeep, I did mention that at that time. Of course, in life, you don't get wickets for good balls. and he got wickets. But I don't consider those three as key wickets because they were chasing. They were trying to get as many runs as possible in the last 2 overs or 3 overs. There were 3 wickets lost in 1 over to Zubair. Nothing to take away from Zubair, but I was just talking about those 3 wickets that they just happened. He just happened to be bowling that over.
Right.
And got those wickets.
I mean, everything, Arun bhai, you were the one who taught us long time ago, right? When you were in your prime, that, it's all about partnership bowling. I still remember that.
Very true.
That I remember when we were playing that Royal Cup, and we were sitting and you explained and you were teaching me that, look, don't get frustrated. If you're bowling dot balls, right, that means your partner is getting wickets.
That is so
everything
true.
is in partnership, right?
Absolutely.
And since then, I've never worried about getting wickets. It's about if I'm doing my job bowling dot balls, right, and the other side someone's taking wicket.
We'll get wickets,
yes.
Kuldeep. Because you bowl dot balls, the other guy will get wickets.
And I've for 30 years, what you have taught, I've put it in play. And it works. It really works. Sometimes it goes in our favor, and sometimes it goes in our teammates' favor, which is fine.
Correct. I mean, you're playing in a team, and it doesn't matter. Folks, by the way, sorry, but we're talking about a very important topic, and so bear with us while we're talking that. There was an incredible thing that happened on this ground just now. It never happened in the past. At least in the 3 days that I've been here, it has not happened. Then today, the 4th day, that for the first time, somebody ran 4. A pair ran 4. Kashif and Rafe ran 4, and that was very impressive. I've not seen this. And guys, this is over 50 cricket. Over 50 cricket. And that is what is so impressive to me. When I see stuff like this, it just blows my mind.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. Rafe was retired for 10 to 12 years. And I remember last year, Arun bhai, that first time we played Houston versus Dallas.
Yeah.
And I had to drag him out of the retirement. And he was nowhere in shape.
Correct.
And we all used our personal friendship to say, no, you're going to have to play.
Correct.
And in 1 year, he's gotten so much fitter.
Yeah.
Right? And again, I'm just happy to see him scoring all these runs. A truly my idol. I love to watch him bat.
I love watching him bat.
Great human being. And when he's on there, I mean, Arun bhai, we played against him during our peak years, right?
Absolutely.
And I mean, this is, I think it's a vintage Rafe right there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see a difference between then and now.
Exactly.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
And here he is, as we are talking, plays one of his favorite flicks to mid-wicket and gets a boundary.
And I mean, something you might know about Kashif, I'll tell you a little bit. Kashif came to my club in 1998. And when he came originally, he played for half a season. Then he went and moved with, I think, Cougars Jams team. And then he quit cricket for 10 years, or 10 to 12 years, right? Because he was making his life for him and his family. So in the last 10, 12 years, he was working for my friend, my best friend. So every time I would go there, he would talk cricket. And he would always say, Kuldeep, I still remember I started cricket with you, right? And he's like, I want to start one of these days. And after 12 or 15 years, can you tell that he hasn't been playing for this long?
You can't tell at all.
Consistently scoring hundreds and 50s every single game.
A lot of patience, eye on the ball. Very, very impressed with his batting.
And truly opening partners for USA.
Yeah.
I mean, they complement each other.
Absolutely.
Six.
80 for no loss, 6 of this over, more than half halfway point right now, Kuldeep. I don't see. I am not trying to put down anybody.
Run out chance. Good run by Rafe and
Excellent run by Rafe. Again, folks, these are 50 plus, and if you were watching this game, you would know how hard these guys are running, and that's when you'd really appreciate the effort by these guys. The score is 81, 7 off this over. Brilliant batting by both of them, and this is the same team that you guys played yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And what is amazing is they scored 191, and you put it away with for the loss of just 1 wicket. And that's the depth of this batting. And that 1 wicket was lucky for them, was Rafe.
Yes.
Otherwise, that would have been a no-loss game too. Just amazing. A great opening pair. I would be very disappointed if these two were not opening for the U.S. team in the World Cup.
100%. I mean, I cannot wait to see the final 14 or 15 because there's about 30 plus great bunch of guys, talented guys out there.
Correct.
And it's going to be battle of the fitness. Everybody's talented and everybody's playing well.
By the way, I am a selector for the national body. So it may sound biased when I talk about these two guys, but there are 4 other selectors. So I know, based on what I see, I know their vote. I know my vote. I mean, Rafe has already proved himself both in the international games,
yes,
in the domestic games, and Kashif, what can I say? I always talk about Kashif saying, listen, he's an incredible hand-eye player with a very good street-smart brain. It's a deadly combination to have all those features, to have a good hand-eye and street smart, because he doesn't play something that he doesn't need to play. And that is a rare gift. That's why you're going to get runs. You're only going to get runs when you have and when you learn discretion. Batting is all about discretion, Kuldeep.
Right.
You have to know when to play, which ball to hit, and that's what I tell people, build your memory bank. While you are in the nets, build a memory bank to where immediately as it lands, this is one I can play, and immediately you also know this is danger.
Right.
So when you start picking this, putting that in your memory bank, is when you are going to become a run machine.
And the one more thing which I think he has with that hand and eye is his bat speed.
Yes.
When he has that short arm jab and when he cuts it at the last minute really hard,
Correct.
very quick.
Correct.
So his bat speed is there too.
Correct. Yeah. That's part of his cricket repertoire. I fully agree with that. Fully agree.
So I believe Vinay has changed sides, right? Or
end of that over. This is a new over.
Ashwin, sorry. No, it's Ashwani.
Ashwini.
Bowled in.
Who's that?
Rafe.
Wow, of all the people, Rafe getting bowled.
That's second time in 2 days.
Here's Rafe out for 34?
24.
24. That's a low score
Ball
for him.
came in.
Ball cut in, surprised him. A replay of that would look good for us out here. It's 81 for 1, and we would love to see a replay. May
So the new batsman coming in is Mike Bhakta. Mike also scored a 50 yesterday against West Lions. Really compact player. Have scored a lot of runs for Houston Cricket League and his own Samaj, Bhakta Samaj. And an incredible person himself.
You know, Kuldeep, this is another guy that we have played cricket with back in the late 80s to mid 90s. And Mike used to be part of his Bhakta Indian Cricket Club in the Houston League. And my God, he was a run machine for them.
He sure was. I don't know if you remember, or one time you guys went to National Championship in LA.
Yes.
And Woodley Park. This was in the late 90s. And Mike hit a boundary that went 2 grounds on the other side. I don't know if you and Yogesh Kaka and everybody were there.
Uh-huh.
And I still remember that shot.
Wow.
You know.
Must have been some shot,
Yeah.
Kuldeep.
Oh yeah,
Must have been some shot, I can tell you that. So folks, while this is going on, Kuldeep, I wanted to take a moment to share some of the other scores
Sure.
while this is going on. The West Blazers scored 295 for 8. Folks, I want you to once again congratulate these guys as many times as you can, because it's still not enough. West Blazers are an over 60 team. They are playing against over 50 teams, and it's just, to me, mind-blowing that they scored 295, and they've got Chairman's 11, which are mostly over 50s.
Right.
88 for 7.
Wow. And I see Ajay Bhai scored
Scored a
98.
98.
98.
Correct.
Well played, Ajay Bhai.
Yeah, extremely brilliant knock by Ajay. And
Shot. I don't know if it's going to go to boundary. It's not. Going to get 3 runs out of it, maybe. So, what do you think of the North Bears? How they're doing, Arun Bhai?
I will get you all the information, my friend. I'm just looking at who all are in the wickets, who got those 7 wickets. Anyway, let me get back to this. The third game that I see is A-Boys, which is the Atlanta
Boys.
Are 199 for 9 in the end of 45 overs, and Central Stars are 107 for 6. Then the South Stallions versus East Broncos. The South Stallions are 277 all out, and the East Broncos are 105 for 4. Then the last game is the President's 11 205 for 7, and Northern Huskies 113 for 3. This is very interesting because at one stage I saw the Huskies 3 for 20 something. Let me look at that. They were 3 for 62. But they're actually 4 down, Kuldeep, because one of them retired.
Oh, they were retired.
So
he can always go back and play, right?
I think so. I don't know the kind of retirement, whether he was hurt or just walked out because he was tired. I don't know. But those are the scores, my friends. And over here, back to Moosa Stadium, this absolutely wonderful facility that we cannot say enough about. One man's amazing vision and dream, and putting all that, there are a lot of people, Kuldeep, that have talked forever about I want to do this for cricket, I want to do that for cricket. Very few have come through with what they wanted to do. And here is one man I totally have a lot of respect for him, is Saki Muhammad.
Yeah, and I mean this man, he's making a lot of youngsters' dream come true.
Absolutely.
Right, and that is one thing, Arun Bhai, that I'm very disappointed sometimes that this beautiful facility is here. They're doing so much to bring good games. People and the Houstonians, they need to come out here and support this.
Correct.
People are spending so much money going to Trinidad and Jamaica and Miami to watch international games, and now here we are getting international games at this Moosa stadiums in 15 days or so. And I would love to see all the locals come out here with their kids, and have them see the international games, watch it, and maybe you never know where next cricketer is born.
And you so rightly put it. Folks, for all those that are listening, please pass this on to your friends in Houston. If you're not in Houston and you're listening to us and watching this game, pass it on to your friends in Houston. Tell them that they need to come watch these games. This is the first time that ICC, the International Cricket Council, the body that controls cricket in this world, the first time they have approved this ground. This is only the second ground, Kuldeep, in this whole country.
Yes, that's right.
And we are so proud that it is in Houston.
And I would like to congratulate Saki Bhai, right, and obviously Sam Plummer for working so hard, making this beautiful wicket. And here we lose the second wicket of Mike Batta.
Was he out caught?
Yes, he's caught at square leg.
Right.
It was a very
terrible shot.
Terrible
shot to call it a shot. Too early in the game to play that shot.
Yes.
I agree that he just finished batting last game yesterday and got a 50, so he must be assuming that he's seeing the ball big, which he may have, but wasn't the ball to play that shot.
But it's different wicket, right? It's a different wicket, different ground.
And the ball was a little too close. It wasn't short enough to play that shot. And these are things that I think people need to learn, that when they get opportunities, take advantage of it. On a great batting wicket, take advantage of that opportunity and hang in there for some time. You will see the ball so big.
Well, and mostly what I had communicated to them was that if you get an opportunity, you come back, not out, because this is dress rehearsal. If you win this, we are playing on the same wicket 2 days from now. And that confidence that you gain from that, is just at the next level, right? Because the other team hasn't played in few days on this wicket.
And unwantedly expose the fourth batsman is unwanted. Rafe was out beaten to a good ball, and that is okay in cricket. It is getting out to a bad ball when there is no reason to hurry is what is almost criminal, Kuldeep.
Yes, and that's a good wicket that South Panthers lost.
Mm-hmm. And like they say, one gets two, so...
One gets two, and that they need to rebuild again, partnership. 22 overs are gone. We still have 23 overs left. At some point, the good thing is that the set batsman Kashif is there on playing on 51.
That is correct. This one was a dangerous nick, inside edge. Went to the boundary for 4. Lucky boundary. Vinay is bowling well. 3 overs. He's given away 10 runs and almost got the second wicket, Kuldeep. So this is what happens when you lose a wicket, Kuldeep, where you build that unwanted pressure on the rest of the batsmen. Lucky for Nasru.
Nasru is there. And the funny, let me ask you, Arun Bhai, 40, 50 years of the game we have been playing, right? But this game is so great that you still have that goosebumps.
Yes.
You know, every game you get into that pressure situation.
Yeah.
You're feeling it. I mean, it's just an amazing adrenaline.
Yeah, your
You know,
stomach. Your
yes.
stomach
You
muscles
know,
start.
I don't know. I go through that. I don't know about
Yeah,
you.
I used to, absolutely. I used to go whenever I was playing until a few years ago. I used to, yeah. And I used to always perform for whatever reason when you get that kind of a feeling.
Because you're just focusing a little bit more.
Correct. Here is Ashwini bowling. Ashwini got the important wicket of Rafe. Now here he is bowling to Kashif.
I don't believe Kashif has faced him yet, right?
I don't think so. You're right. It's a dangerous sweep for an in-cutting ball, but I think the ball was pitching and landing and moving outside the leg stump. Nasru is another incredible team member, team player that I've had the pleasure of spending some time with him. He hails from Austin, but there's nothing but a smile on his face every time you see him.
Always. And he's so helpful.
Exactly.
With everything you ask him to do, he has just one thing in his lips is yes.
Yes.
You know, we'll take care of it. Lucky to have great teammates.
And let me say a few words about him, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
We needed, literally, I asked him when he was coming to Houston from Austin to be a part of the zonals team. He was going to be your yoga instructor, to be a part of that. And I actually asked him if he would help me, because he said, I can help you anything you want. So I said, can you drop off X amount of cases of water at Prairie View on your way to Houston? This guy, I intended to pay for it, but this guy donated about 12 cases of water just like that, without asking. And he didn't even tell me that's what he was wanting to do.
That's Nasru.
Yeah, amazing human being. And we are blessed to have somebody like him amongst us.
Yes, sure. And one of the things I also felt like with the talent I have, it's very hard to keep the set batting order, because sometimes it doesn't do any justice to others. So
that was close. That looked like a good shout.
No, missing leg.
Oh man, that looked close. That was a good shout and a good ball by Ashwini.
I was brushing doing that.
Ashwini is bowling very well. I'm impressed with his bowling.
$91 for 2 after 23 overs, chasing 165, needing 75 runs in 22 overs with 8 wickets in hand.
So that was Nasru facing?
Yes, that was Nasru.
That LBW call. If you're listening here and you hear some noises, it's nothing but amazing work being done to develop this facility even more. 91 for 2. 23.1 overs. Here's Kashif playing this one to wide mid on, no runs. The West is coming back with some good bowling in this spell. Again, a very good ball, defended very well by Kashif. $93 for 2, 2 buys off that ball. Here's the next one, played softly back to short covers. Ashwini is the one who's bowling, and is bowling brilliantly. There was a good shout against Nasru in the last over from Ashwini, and his spell so far is 2.4 overs, 5 runs, 1 wicket. Extremely impressive. Here's another one from Ashwini, played back to the covers. No runs. Drive this to deep point and gets 3 out of it. Nasru gets 3. That's the last ball of the over. Bowled a very good over until then and gave away 3 in that over, in that ball. So Ashwini 8 runs off his 3 overs. Folks, for all those that are watching and listening, this is Arun Vitala, and I am commentating to you guys from Moosa Stadium, this amazing facility with the vision that one man had to build and develop cricket in Houston at the highest level. That today this amazing stadium has been recognized officially by the ICC to play international matches. So starting May 25th, we would be having several international teams come and play here. Ireland, Scotland, UAE, and Nepal, and Oman. So many teams playing against the US, of course. This is the first time that ICC has allowed and accepted and recognized and accredited this facility. Only other facility in this country is the one in South Florida, which was built by the city of Fort Lauderdale, which is different. In this case, it was built completely by one man, Saki Muhammad, and kudos to him, kudos to his vision. It's fantastic. While you're at it, while you're listening, folks, I just wanted to come out and give a shout out to my wonderful, amazing sister, Uma Mantrawadi, her husband, my brother-in-law, Prasad Mantrawadi, and 2 amazing kids, Nikhil and Ritesh. And I just can't say enough about my sister and her talent. She's an immigration attorney, but more than that, her talent in singing is just beyond words. She's such a fantastic singer, and she's going to be entertaining us, hopefully tonight during our karaoke night at the Hampton Inn and Suites in Sugarland. Thank you again for being so kind to Masters USA, Uma. And taking care of and helping us out in several ways. Thank you so much. Anyway, the score is 99 for 2. Vinay coming into bowl. This one missed outside the off stump. Was very close indeed. Very close. Very good ball. Here is Vinay bowling with a slip, a backward point, a cover point, an extra cover, a mid-off, a long-off, actually a mid-off. I wouldn't call him long-off. And here is Shafiq trying to run a single on that and could not do it. The ball went to fine leg, and that was Nasru playing along with Kashif. Kashif is batting so brilliantly. He got 100 yesterday, and he's now batting on 52. Amazing innings by Rafe, by Kashif. Kashif is now going to face Let's see if there's a bowling change or they're going to continue with the same. Folks, like I have requested, I'm going to request it again. Please try and make it to the international games, the first ever international to happen in Houston. Please try and get your folks to come and watch the proceedings at Moosa Stadium. A lot of countries are going to be here between May 25th and June 16th. So here is Ashwini bowling his next over, and Kashif cuts him beautifully to backward point, probably a boundary, and it is a very nice shot. And Kashif plays that so well. He cuts that ball most of the time very, very well, accurate punch through the back foot. And the bat speed is so brilliant, like Kuldeep had mentioned earlier. Kashif's bat speed is probably amazing with that short back lift, but he makes up for that short back lift with some brilliant bat speed. Score is 103 for 2. They just need another 63 runs to win. Plays this very elegantly to short covers for for no runs. Very good defense indeed. Kashif, as I've mentioned, is a street smart cricketer, gifted with hand-eye and gifted with bat speed that he has developed, which if people notice it, it's very, very good combination. Just like that, place this to long off for a single. Kashif is batting on 57. Nasru is batting on 8. And the score is 104 for 2. And it's 26. It's in the 27th over right now. And just need 62 runs to win. And plenty of overs to spare. Nasru leaves this one alone. No runs. Goes straight to the keeper. This is such a good batting wicket that it's appropriate that there are only 2 wickets down, because even though out of those 2, one was a gift by Mike Bhakta. There was only 1 wicket, Ashwini to Rafe. Rafe was bowled comprehensively beaten by that ball, and so that was probably the only good deserving wicket. Mike Bhakta played a bad shot, not a good ball, but played a bad shot. So it goes. That's cricket. But the South Panthers are cruising along comfortably, 104 for 2. They still have 62 runs to get in 18.1 overs. End of the over. 5 runs off that over. End of the over. Here's Vinay coming into bowlers next over. Both Ashwini and Vinay have been bowling very well. They tied the knots quite a bit after the initial wicket fell at 80. It's been a long struggle to get runs. They bowled a lot of tight overs, and here he is bowling his 7th over. He's only given away 14 runs in his 6 overs and got a wicket. Very good bowling by West Lions. Here's Kashif playing this one. Too short mid-on, no runs. Vinay has been bowling consistently well. Cuts this one. Misfield with the guy at point, backward point, and they scramble for two. It was very hard hit shot. Wouldn't call it a misfield, but it was very hard hit, and he couldn't stop that. So 2 runs to Kashif. 106 for 2. Hits this one very hard and wide of mid-off for a boundary. A very good shot indeed by Kashif. Pitched up, he did not hesitate to play this and place this so beautifully between long off and deep covers. That's the beauty of Kashif. He plays it so well, places the ball so well. Such a good street smart cricketer. It may not look as impressive as a rough-face batting, not as pleasing to the eye as a rough-face batting, but oh my God, he is just absolutely amazing to see his bat speed, see him place the ball, and know when to hit. That discretion is which is so critical, is all inbuilt in this one man, Kashif Rana. So 7 runs off this first 4 balls, all going to Kashif. Kashif is now batting on 64, and here is Vinay coming into bowl. His next ball, this one to Nasru. Everybody calls him Nasru. His full name is Nasiruddin, but everybody calls him Nasru, and he likes that. End of the over. 111 for 2. And Nasru is actually doing what he's supposed to do. Just be there, defend, and rotate strike to and give the strike to Kashif. Kashif is the ideal guy to be facing the balls because he's been at the wicket for nearly 27 overs. So obviously seen the ball very well indeed, and he's the one who can take the pressure off of Nasru, while Nasru is on the non-strikers end, looking at what is happening, looking at the pace of the wicket, the bounce of the wicket, and the movement of the ball. All 3 things that are so critical when you're trying to get runs or when you're trying to defend. That is, understanding that is the most important thing. People kind of look past it, and that's when you get into trouble. A slight delay, and the delay for because of quick water break for Kashif, who's been at the wicket for so long, and it was nice of the fielding side to allow him to get that water break for just a minute. And here he is, plays a nice drive to long off for a single. The field coming in a bit for Nasru, rightfully so. The score being 112 for 2, and they've given a single off the first ball to Kashif, and now their hope is to bowl 5 dot balls to Nasru. Here's the first dot ball. This one goes to square leg, well fielded, and a quick throw to the keeper, and no runs. Here is Ashwini bowling to Vinay, to Nasru. Comes in. Ashwini has one ball, and that is the one cutting in, and he controls it very well, varies that line quite a bit, forcing the batsman to think of turning it around to square leg, and that's a trap. He bowls that ball exceedingly well. Comes from wide of the stumps, and Nasru tries to hit him, but it goes straight to mid-off. A little unconventional shot, but no damage done there. And I can see the frustration in Nasru trying to force the pace, but there's no reason to. I think Shafiq is fully capable of handling and getting the runs needed. Missing the next ball. So 4 dot balls by Ashwini after the first ball to Shafiq for a single to covers, too long off. So it's very interesting. This is a ploy that used to be applied a lot of times, that when you get a new batsman in, give the set batsman a single, somehow allow him to take just a single, not two, and bowl the rest of the balls to the new guy. And so here he is doing the same. End of the over, 112 for 2, 5 dot balls to Nasru, and single to Kashif on the first ball. Still, I'm sure Kashif is talking to Nasru right now and letting him know, saying, don't worry, take your time. All we need is a partnership. I will get the runs that are needed. It's not a big target. They just need another 54 or 53 runs, which is nothing, with 8 wickets left and an incredible batting lineup left in the pavilion. And there is Shafiq, and there is Jam, there is Kareem, there is of course Mustafa Himani, who got runs here yesterday. Oh, there is so many guys in that batting lineup for the Panthers that this is not a target in my books. Even though both Vinay and Ashwini have been bowling very, very well, effective bowling. Let's see if they are smart enough to bowl that first ball for a single to Kashif, and then bowl 5 balls to Nasru. If they employ that plan, it would be a good plan. Keep the guys on the 30-yard circle. Allow him to take a single, off of a good ball. Let him take a single, and then bowl 5 balls to Nasru in the hope of getting wickets or bowling dot balls to him. Dot ball to Kashif. The worst thing that can happen is to allow Kashif to hit a boundary. The key word is to keep it down, let him get a single. There's a bowling change, I think, and it's Wenki coming into bowl. And they walk across for the second, 2 to Kashif. The new bowler is Wenki. Wenki appears to be an off spinner, and so interesting change. I'm sure Vinay was tired, bowled his 6 or 7 overs on the trot. Wenki, right arm off spinner, bowling over the stumps to Kashif. Kashif hits this hard, but no runs taken. It goes straight to mid-off, no runs. Very hard to go mid-off. Score is 114 for 2. Kashif facing Wenki. Wenki was the opening bat. Is now coming in to bowl some off spin. That May found the edge. I don't know. Maybe he found the edge. I would love to see a replay on that. Smashes this to deep covers, but only for a single. Oh, they run two on a misfield. He just fumbled and they run two, and which is exactly the way to play this game. Beautiful batting, great running between the wickets. Just a small fumble and they ran two, and that's the way you should play this game. 116 for two, 4 runs so far of this over. This one goes straight to the fielder at point. No runs, end of the over. "30 overs gone. It's a water break, folks. We'll come back right after the break. Thank you." So, gentlemen, we are back live. Welcome back to Moosa Stadium. Here is Ashwini coming into bowl. Nasru plays this beautifully to mid wicket, but for a single only. Ashwini is bowling his 6th over, only given away 15 runs. Extremely economical spell, considering the rate at which Kashif is going. Here's Kashif facing Ashwini. He's got a very comfortable stance, not very wide, not dragging this bat too far forward in his stance. A very, very good, very comfortable position to stand at. He's staying, drives this to extra cover for a single. Nasru batting on 10. Plays this gently to short covers. No runs. Nasru facing the next ball from Ashwini, the 5th ball of the over. Nasru plays this beautifully through cover point, an extra cover, and that could be a boundary, or they run 3. They run only 2. A very nice shot through extra cover by Nasru, getting into his rhythm, understanding the pace and bounce of this wicket. Plays that very well, stretching his front foot forward in the direction of the ball, and which is why the shot was very effective. Run 2 of the last ball for Kashif. Kashif now batting 74. Nasru 10. End of the over from Ashwini, giving away 7 runs in that. $123 for 2. Need another 43 runs to win in 14 overs. The run rate required is 3 per over, which is very much within their grasp, of course. I expect this to be over in the next maybe 8 overs. Yeah, so I would think if I were to bet, I would say this should be over with 6 overs to spare. Maybe 5. That's a push. Plays this one beautifully to short fine leg for two. To fine leg for two, the short fine leg had to run to go get that one. So 2 runs to Nasru. Nasru also starting to get take control of the run rate here. Nasru batting on 14, 2 off the very first ball. Glance played to fine leg for 2. Here's a beautiful shot for a single, 2 wide mid off. Don't worry, I can do without it, boss. Here's Nasru. Kashif now facing Wenki. Gently pushes this away. 3 so far of the first 3 balls, all 3 by Nasru. Nasru batting on 13 and Kashif on 74. Kashif pulls this to deep mid wicket, and that's a boundary. Beautiful stealing down, helping that off spin, and pulls this all the way. Beautiful shot, great bat speed, very gifted cricketer, as we've been talking about. Batting on 78, 7 off this over. Plays this to short mid on. The bowler runs across and fields that and stops it from being a single. So last ball of the over. Kashif facing Wenki. Wenki is an off spinner. Lifts this high and hard, and that's another boundary. Kashif now batting on 82. 2 boundaries in this over for Kashif. That is amazing. Kashif is on his way to getting his 2nd consecutive 100 against, and coincidentally against, the same team, and that is pretty rare. The score is 134 for 2, and so they just need 32 runs more, and the game is surely slipping away. Looking at the other scores, South Stallions against East Broncos. East Broncos are 170 for 5 in 34 overs, so they've got 11 overs, and their required run rate is almost 10, 9.82 with 5 wickets. Interesting game. Naveed Ahmed on 26 and Amjad Ali on 32, and the Northern Huskies are again at a very interesting position, 171 for 5 against the President's 11. There is 2 games that are done. West Blazers beat Chairman's 11 by 193 runs. The North Bears beat the Warriors, West Warriors, by 72 runs. Here's Arun T bowling, and this one is caught. Nasru out, caught at point. Third wicket to fall for the South Panthers. So the North Bears have now moved to the finals by beating the West Blazers, and they will most likely meet South Panthers. The North Bears beat the West Warriors by 72 runs, and the South Blazers are about 30 runs away to winning this game against the West Lions. So slowly these results are coming through. The batsman coming in is Syed Shafiq. This is an amazing human being to spend time with. Incredible guy, very humorous, and a great keeper. This Masters USA is blessed with a lot of very good keepers, and he is one of them. It's unfortunate that we can only have one keeper in the 11, but that's the way, Lady Luck is. And the keeper for US is Parakananta, and he's also the captain. And he just played 2 games, and both of them were very tough. Had to come from behind to build a comfortable score, and Parakananta got 50s in both of them. So it speaks a lot about his batting, and he is a brilliant keeper. Here is Arun T, just picked up his first wicket of this match. A former USA cricketer who played for the USA in the recently conducted Champions Trophy. Here's Arun coming and bowling the next one to Shafiq. Shafiq defends it and hits it right back to the bowler. So 2 dot balls, a wicket, and a dot ball again. This one to Shafiq. Here's Arun T bowling very controlled. This is probably what he should have done in his first spell. A little more control. He was trying for more pace in his first spell. But now he is darting that ball, and which is so tough when a new batsman comes. Shafiq tries to ample across for a single, but decides there is no run there. Shafiq looks at him and says, "No run." Generally, people get anxious trying to get off the mark, and that's no exception for Shafiq, wanting to get off the mark. "32 runs to get, 12 overs, plenty of overs, so overs are not a concern. As I said, it should get done in the next 6 overs. Looks like there's a bowling change, probably, or is it Wenke? It is Wenke coming into bowl from the Balkis end, the northern end. And Shafiq just tries to push to short covers for a single, but it went much more faster than he anticipated, so turned back around, no run there. Shafiq is showing me a lot of patience, a lot of very smart cricket. I don't see frustration in him. That is close. That is close. and that is not given out. I would like to see a replay of this, please. I wish we could see it from the other side, but yeah, this can tell me if it hit the front pad or the back pad. Front pad, probably missing leg stump then. Winky bowling to Kashif. Just had a close call, but it does appear that it is missing leg stump because it hit him on the front pad and not the back pad. If it hit him on the back pad, probably I would have called it out. But it hit him on the front pad, and he was on the front foot and he was standing in front of the crease, so it would be a tough call. I wouldn't give it out. I would put it that way. I wouldn't give it out. Just as I would not have given Sanjeeva's wicket out because he was standing outside of the crease and he stretched out on the front foot, and even if it was on the middle stump, I would find it very hard to give that because it hit him high on the front pad. Here is Kashif playing a huge shot, a boundary to ball on the middle stump. He lofted it over mid wicket for a 4. .140 for 3. 6 of the over so far. Last ball of the over from Venki. Flicks this to square leg. They run across for 2. The beauty of Kashif is he is not playing tired. He's been batting all the way through till this over, which is 34 overs, and he has shown his fitness. He is phenomenally good. 142 for 3. They just need another 24 runs to win. With 11 overs, so they'll probably finish it in the next 3 or 4. Boundary to start the over. 4 byes. 146 for 3. Here's Arun coming into bowl. A very nice drive to extra cover for a single by Nasru. Nasru batting on. I'm sorry. That's Shafiq off the mark with a single. Kashif on 90. 19 runs to get, and Kashif has 10 to get for his 100. Plays this through mid-wicket to deep cow corner for maybe 2. He doesn't take the 3. He could have, but I think he's focused on now getting his 100, which is not far away at all. 92, 149 for 3, 92 to Kashif. Yet another impressive innings. Pulls this to deep fine leg. It's most likely going for a boundary, and it does. It does. So runs are coming in a hurry. What bat speed! I love the way he meets the ball on with his bat speed. Beautiful bat speed, and that also is because of his low back lift. He doesn't have a huge back lift, but oh my God, he is able to connect this so brilliantly. This shot is something you need to see how quick he got his bat speed going, that it is a guaranteed boundary there. So anyway, the score is 153. They need 12 more. Plays right back to the bowler because of a good ball from Arun T. Is 4 short of his coveted second consecutive 100. Plays this to extra cover, no runs, end of the over. So we will have to wait for his 100 and for the victory. 13 runs to get, 10 overs to spare. Folks, this game should be over in the next 2 overs at best. So it's even better than my prediction of 8 overs. So I said 6 overs. It's much better than that prediction. Here is Shafiq, getting ready to face Venki. Venki, who has bowled 3 overs for 23 runs. He got hit hard by Kashif last over. This one down the leg, one ball down the leg is allowed, and so that's why there are no runs on that ball, no wides. Here are some other scores. South Stallions 277, East Broncos 183 for 7 in 37 overs. 8 overs, they need to get a run rate of 11.88 required. Looks like a tough ask. President's 11 205 and Northern Huskies 185 for 8. A great close game. 20 runs to get, 2 wickets to get for the President's 11. So that's a very good game that's going on at Prairie View. Here is Venki bowling. Plays this one comfortably to mid wicket for a single. And let's see if Kashif can get his 100 now. 155 for 3. 11 runs to get. Kashif needs 4 of those 11 to get his 100. Very interesting, but more than that, it would be nice to see him get his 100. And he pulls this square leg, manages to get a single off of it. It was a good throw from square leg fielder. So Kashif is on 97. 3 runs only of this over of 4 balls finished. 4 runs. 3 of the 1 wide and 2 singles. And let's see if Shafiq defends the next few balls, or he plays this. He plays a big shot for a boundary. $165 runs needed. Kashif needs 3 to get his 100. Shafiq just hit a boundary. So Winky coming into bowl. Plays that comfortably, defends it, no runs. So here is, they need 6 runs with 9 overs to spare, 9 overs to go, 160 for 3, and Kashif just needs 3 for his 100. So it would be a fantastic 100 to watch that we've witnessed out here, folks, at Moosa Stadium. This is his 2nd consecutive 100. If he gets this one, 3 more to get. And he was unbeaten in his other 100 yesterday at Prairie View that he got this 100. So he's in such nick that it really doesn't matter whether it is Prairie View wickets or Moosa wickets. He is just seeing the ball big, and he just loves his batting right now. And he was the MVP of the last International Champions Trophy as well. He was the man of the series in that tournament, and now here he is probably trying to grab that again with 2 brilliant 100s. Here is Kashif. Again, I'm getting ahead of the game here. Kashif still needs 3 to get his 100, but I think he should get it. And here he is. Swings this hard outside the off stump, misses it, but if he connected, that would have been a boundary. Kashif plays this to wide extra cover, and they run 2 comfortably. 99 to Kashif. 1 shot of his coveted second 100, as I was mentioning earlier. Here he is getting his second 100, on his way to getting his second 100. Plays and misses outside the off stump. Four runs to get, and Kashif has 1 to get. And there it is. There it is. It's a beautiful 100. A very well deserved 100 indeed. Very well deserved 100. Batting all the way through, just like he did yesterday. Batting all the way through again today. So literally he has remained unbeaten for almost 70 or 80 overs. I don't know how many overs they played yesterday to get their 191, but he has played 37 overs. 37 overs to get his 100 today. Just simply amazing to watch Kashif bat. For all those that have probably watched it live on our YouTube channel, they are the lucky guys. And here is Shafiq finishing it off with a boundary to deep covers. End of the innings, end of the game. The South Panthers have won by 7 wickets, chasing 165. They finished it in 37 overs with 8 overs to spare. Northern Huskies are chasing 205 and they are 190 for 9. That's a very good game indeed. Raju Jasani got a very well played, very friendly game, and the winners, of course, are South Panthers. They now play the finals tomorrow here at Moosa, and they will be playing against the North Bears. This is a repeat final from the last Open at in Houston, when they played against each other, and the North Huskies beat the South Panthers in that game. Ramkishan Hanumara was the wrecker in chief, and he bowled very well, and only Mike Bhakta got a 50, and they crumbled otherwise. So this is a revenge match in a way, and a repeat of that LA Open, and so it's going to be a great final, and I'm so glad to be witnessing that final. The Northern Huskies are 194 for 9 in 42 overs. They got 3 overs to chase down 12 runs to win in 3 overs, 4 runs per over. So very interesting game going on between Northern Huskies and the President's 11. And that is at Balkis. So very interesting match. I wish this could be telecast live. Would be really nice to watch. And here is if that was the main game, that would be really nice if you could just show that game. $194 for 9. Are the Huskies 3 overs to finish? One ball of the of the 3 is already bowled. Here is Subarao coming into bowl, bowls his leg spinner, and that's a wide. 195 for 9 with 17 balls to go. They need go straight to deep point, I guess. No runs. So here is Subarao bowling his last over. No runs there. 3 balls, 1 run so far, and they need a required run rate now is going up to 4.4 per over. A very nice game going on at Balkis. And hits this hard, I guess, to deep covers for a single. And they do not take the second. So it's another interesting scenario. The 2 runs off this over, the required run rate is 4.29. .2 overs, 10 runs to get. Last wicket in hand. Very interesting game. Could be a good win for the President's 11 if they can pull this off, and would be a good win for Huskies if they can pull this off. So it's a great game regardless of which team wins. 196 for 9. Plays this to point, I guess. No runs. They're hesitant on taking the run. This is the 5th ball of the over. So the run rate should be climbing a little bit. No runs on that. 1 ball to finish. 4.62 is the run rate required. 2.1 overs for 10 runs. Again, a very good ball indeed. And they run a single, and so now the required run rate drops down to 4.5 and over. 9 runs to win. Last wicket in hand. Both batsmen were unsure if they should take a single. Arun K and Priyadarshan are the 2 guys at the wicket. Arun K batting on 9, Priyadarshan batting on 5. 197 for 9. A very well placed game. Arun K is the one batting right now, facing the other bowler, Hitesh. Hitesh has bowled 8. Now this is his last over, so they're trying all their best bowlers to come in and bowl. Hitesh is the left arm spinner. A lot of indecision going on, and discussions between the captain and the bowler. Of course, it's a tense moment, so every run counts, as they say, and every run is so important. Here is Hitesh bowling this one to Priyadarshan, who's batting on 5, and played to short mid-wicket for no runs. It would be nice if they can zoom in. A beautiful shot for a boundary. Very nice shot indeed by Priyadarshan. Off Hitesh. Ball on the middle and leg, and he did not hesitate to pull it down to deep mid-wicket for a boundary. So now the game is even more interesting. They just need 5 runs to win. The Huskies need 5 runs to win. Hitesh has to finish this over. He's bowled 2 balls. Very interesting. Anything could happen at this stage. Here is Hitesh coming into bowl. And he bowled him, and they have won. Hitesh bowled Priyadarshan, and the President's 11 have won by 5 runs, won by 4 runs. Oh, what an amazing ball, amazing wicket. He beat him comprehensively. So end of a fantastic match. End of a fantastic match. Great spell, great over by Hitesh, especially after giving away a boundary. It was very, very good indeed. Very, very good. I'm sure the President's 11 are very excited to walk out with a win after scoring 205 and getting Huskies, the North Huskies, out for 201. Hitesh is the guy who got the last wicket, and there is nothing to be ashamed about by the Huskies. They played a very good game and are all out for 201. It could have gone either way, folks, but here it is. As you can tell, the President's 11 have won this game. Mark Wright and his band of cricketers from all over the country that have joined him, who have never met or played with each other before, but very, very well managed by the President's 11 captain Mark Wright. And it's a great game of cricket. I'm sure, as you can tell from all the hugs, that they all enjoyed each other's company, and it was a really good game. So signing off from here, from Balkis, this is Arun Vitala saying goodbye, and we'll talk tomorrow to when we have the finals being played at Moosa tomorrow morning. Enjoy your